Welcome to the Mound City Council. It's Tuesday, September 9th, 6 o'clock. Can we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we got our agenda, but part of the agenda, we do want to move number 10, continuation of city banners discussion. Councilmember McEnany is not here, so, and she was kind of the leader on that, so we're going to punt that to the next meeting.
Okay.
So we'll just cross off number 10. Beyond that, do we have any other agenda items? Okay.
Nope.
All right, so we got our agenda with taking off number 10. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda, removing item number 10.
Okay, you got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, that's our agenda. And we got our consent agenda. Does someone want to go through those three items?
I can rattle those off.
Okay.
Just A through C. Consent agenda item A, approved payment of claims. Item B, approved minutes from the August 26th City Council regular meeting. And C, approved resolution 2574, approving expansion permit at 1765 Jones Lane, planning case 25-10.
All right, we got our consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull any of those or talk about any of them? All right, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Harrod,
Aye.
Councilmember Pugh,
Aye.
Councilmember Castellano,
Aye.
Mayor Holt.
Aye. All right, so if you're here for any of those three items, that is passed. Number 5, we got comments and suggestions from anybody present where the item is not on the agenda. If you want to come up, you give us your name and address and give you 3 minutes. Hey, how are you?
Hello, everybody. Hi again. My name is Johan Chemin Danielson. I reside at 6039 Beechwood Road in Mound. I came to you guys 2 weeks ago regarding the fiber optics installation, and Mr. Holt, you told the city manager to look into what could be done. So I've tried to reach to you, but apparently it didn't go through.
Do you get my emails?
No.
Okay.
Darn. We've been having a conversation between a mute and a deaf. Sorry about that. Could you expand on the email, just roughly?
Well, I think the request was to attempt to have the various cable companies use the same conduit.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, they're putting in different equipment, and we can't really force them to use the same conduit. I did have a comment, not to throw them under the bus, but I did have a comment from the city engineer in there too, though I think that essentially is what your comment was, right?
One more time.
Regarding having different cable companies and fiber companies use the same equipment to cut down on resources, basically.
Yeah, so they're not actually in, like, each one owns their own conduit, and they're responsible for that, and they're basically big enough for their own wires. They're not sharing, like, the internet isn't being shared between different cable companies.
Okay, so then my comments still stand about them putting their cable in the same location, not deciding to wrap my house around with cables. Like, they've already done the work putting in between. So the way my block is organized, it makes sense to put it where the power line is. I've already petitioned all the neighbors, and they're all in agreement that they don't want their front yard dug up. So I'm also reaching to you because I've been trying to reach those guys at Midco, and they're playing dead. So I have the impression that they're waiting that the deed be done, and me being faced with the fact that, well, that's done. No, you can't complain anymore. And to put it mildly, that really makes me irate. So I'd like to know what you guys can do to contact those people, because I've called them numerous times. They never return the call. They returned the call once after 1 week of pestering them. And the person said, Stevens something, said that he would respond within a day or the next day, never responded. Tried to reach him all week last week, didn't respond at all. So I'm really at my wit's end about what's to do.
Well, we can certainly contact them. I would say our public works guys have a pretty good working relationship
Mhm.
right now. So you thought it was Steven, maybe?
Stevens, I don't remember his last name, but Dustin gave me his email address, so I called him and I emailed him, and Stevens did not
We'll call him.
respond.
Okay, so you talked to Dustin.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So
Thank you, I appreciate it.
can you connect them together so at least he can talk with them?
Yeah.
I think your answer from both of you is, we're not gonna be able to combine utilities into
Yep.
one thing. At the same point, we understand, I mean, you saw my front yard,
Yeah,
right? It looks like hell, right? For real, it does.
It does.
And they put, I have, a weed company that comes and does, that one spot that they screwed up is weedy now. And so now I gotta spend time and energy, and we're getting other emails, from other residents that, they're supposed to put it back kinda how they had it.
As good
right?
or better.
Yeah, well, and I gotta complain more then, because, like, I'm gonna have to go down to the hardware store and pick up some seeds and sit out there and water, do my, just like everybody else, right?
mhm,
So, I mean, you see it, you go by there every day.
yeah,
But, yeah, combining, so now that was Frontier that came into my front
Mhm.
yard and screwed up my MediaCom line. It was out, internet for 2 weeks, seriously. And then now we just approved another company, Midco,
Midco.
to come to town. And then they're gonna put in lines too, right? So,
because then I'm wondering, well, Midco's there, and then MediaCom is gonna wake up doing, we need fiber. Is it gonna be yet again another digging and wrapping the house? They're gonna go-
yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like, we did hear for years that people wanted more options, right? So here's the way to get your options. Unfortunately, there's some disruptions to get the options.
Yeah,
Like, why did we only have 2 options in our town?
Yeah.
Well, now we have 3, or, more. It comes with a little,
but in my yard, there's like the front yard is
I
all
saw your
flowers.
yard, yeah.
So I'm really concerned about
I
my yard. It
know.
means like they're gonna trash all my flowers, like
Yeah.
years of working down the rain.
Right,
And then I know they're gonna have to dig, because when I talked to the person, he explained that they'll have to dig each time there's a connection. So there's the gas line and there's the water line, so it's like at least digging twice,
yeah.
plus the trench, plus whatever they're gonna put that I don't know. Is it gonna be like one of those ugly mini boxes in
It will
front?
be, yeah. It'll
So
be
I
the
don't
one
want
in the
that shape in
ground,
my
yeah.
front yard, yeah. And then my stuff is sloped, so how are they gonna do it? And then I got 2 trees, so what's gonna happen with those trees if they dig and they kill the tree? I mean, who's gonna pay for that?
So, part of the problem that you don't want to hear is you don't own that couple feet, right? Just like I don't own the part where the weeds are, unfortunately, I gotta take care of it, right?
But if the tree dies, who then owns the tree? Is it the city that
But I'm
owns
just
the
saying,
tree?
like, you take care of your yard all the way up to the street. You got these flowers
Mhm.
and you got kind of a natural garden, right, all the way to the street. Not everybody does that, maybe they'll shield it and put in,
And
so
then-
I do think that they're gonna,
And then that's
if
why I
they put
want,
in a box in yours, it's gonna be some disruption.
and then that's why I want them to go in the easement in the back where Frontier already went through, because it makes sense. I mean,
I-
it serves all the properties, plus
Yeah.
everybody's connecting from the back with their internet. They don't connect from the front. They go connect from the back.
Again, that's why we're gonna try to connect you. If we can
Mhm.
be less disruptive and that works, great, let's do
Okay.
it. I'd just be prepared, because
Yeah.
everybody else is front yard,
I understand.
just so you know. But I do know, and you know, because you drove by his,
Sarah, you may know, but what's that, is it 15 feet is the right of way that,
no.
no, is it
It's
10?
10.
Is it 10?
They vary, but I think it might be closer to 10 there.
It's
Okay.
like
I
from the
didn't know what-
center of the road.
Yeah.
You
It's
know.
based on.
Oh, is that why
based
it's
on
so,
the right-
okay, I see what you're saying,
the
yeah, okay.
Width of the road from center line back. And
Okay.
so it would be different if it was a 66-foot right-of-way
Yep,
or a 55-foot right-of-way.
some are 40.
Yeah, some are 40, some are 50.
So Johan, you know my fence that I have on the one side,
Mm-hmm.
right, in between me and the other guy?
Mm-hmm.
Where that fence stops is where I was allowed to go, because I don't own the rest of it.
Yeah, yeah.
The rest of it is the city's.
It's set back, right?
It's the setback, right? So that's why, you say, so, now mine is just grass, right? And so that whole part that they disrupted was grass. But that's why you're not supposed to put stuff in the right of way that you don't want to get destroyed, because
Yeah.
you're gonna
But-
unfortunately probably have that destroyed.
But I understand. But at the same time, I mean, the city has been given them the right to put stuff, but not put any stuff. And they don't have the right to bring down the value of my property, because if I have to remove my flowers, and if they put an ugly, crappy plastic tub in front of my yard, that diminishes the value of my property also.
And again, you're able to put stuff in the right of way, but technically.
No, but if they put that stuff on
Yeah,
on the
well,
right of way, which
we
is
all
also
got
my property.
ugly boxes in our front yard. I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
No, I don't disagree. It is not what it is.
I have a box that's now buried that,
Yeah.
thank God my lawnmower can go over,
Mhm.
because it's heavy enough, I guess.
But I see what they've done on West Edge. It's ugly to put like those ugly boxes everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, is there something we can do about ugly boxes everywhere, or is that just, they're allowed to do it?
The nature of what they put in those spots really depends on what they're installing, and we've had some success requesting different shapes. I mean,
Because
It's
Frontier
not-
did it everything underground. I mean, there's nothing that sticks out. They have, the plate.
And you're saying Midco is the one that's coming for you,
Yeah, and then
Okay.
Midco's gonna come again.
and they're gonna be above ground?
That I don't know because
No,
I'm unable to
Midco, I
come
mean,
to them.
Midco, the boxes not in my yard, but in John McGarris's
Yeah.
yard, they're flat, they're,
Okay, because
Flat,
mine, I
yeah.
think mine was Frontier,
Mhm.
and it's the under,
Yeah,
the buried thing.
right.
And they said that you didn't have a choice, because I talked to them too, and I said, well, don't you usually do the thing where it sticks out? Because I have that right next to it.
Yeah.
So why don't you just tie it to that thing? It's already there. No, now I got that and the other thing. That's just, they didn't do it for me. I don't know. I talked to them, and then I complained because they ripped the hell out of my yard. I kept emailing them on my private email,
mhm.
Not trying to get special treatment. And I was like, what are they gonna do? And finally one day I saw them in our yard, in our neighborhood, and I went over to them and I said, who's running the show here? And come and look at my front yard. So then he came over and they said, yeah, we'll come and fix it the next couple of days, so. And then you saw how they fixed it. So.
Mhm.
We'll connect you with them, but
Appreciate
again,
it.
I'm just putting expectations. If they have to go that way, they're gonna go that way.
Mhm.
If there's no other option, but hopefully, yes, they can make an exception, go in the back or do something else, but, yeah.
No, I understand.
We'll try.
You can't- Not the installer.
But yeah, please, Jesse, if you can get them to call them tomorrow, right away.
Thanks for sending the email, Jesse. Sorry, I didn't see it. I will look again maybe it's in my junk box somewhere.
Yeah, I think I was replying to the same thread that the three of us were on, but I can still follow up either way.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
All right, see ya. Did they do your neighborhood yet?
Hmm?
Did they do your neighborhood yet?
No.
They've done mine, but
They've
it's,
done
but it's across the
street.
street. I didn't get it to
All my
yard.
flowers are in the right of way.
Yeah, you're right up to the line too,
Yeah,
so you're gonna have an issue.
my flowers are gonna get ruined.
Yeah.
Corner yard, I'm in for a treat.
All right, anybody else want to come up? All right, come on up. All right, give us your name and address.
My name is Kim Believernick, and I live at 5549 Bartlett Boulevard. And I just wanted to get a feel from this council on the comments that were made about selling parks to generate revenue. And so just want to be sure that I understand if that was a rogue thing that happened or if there is discussion about that.
So we talked about, well, I guess the two of you guys brought it in front of the council as like a workshop item.
Okay.
And in our, and this is back in like January, February, whatever our original workshop was. And actually, we're gonna be talking about that later on. It's in our packet for like our agenda items for this year, like what we wanna kind of work on this year. And so, do you have that? I know this is a little out of order, but you know what page that is? probably towards the bottom.
It's at the very end.
Okay,
The priorities,
yeah,
2368.
23, okay, I think it's the first page. So parks, this is kind of our parks workshop items that we were coming up with. So number F, or letter F,
Letter F.
is look into each park, comma, use, et cetera. That was big picture, what we were thinking about. And then, partly to that, then you guys brought,
Right.
your thoughts on to
Just
a workshop
sample,
that
yeah.
was very well attended, which is fine. Everybody can come to any workshop they want. And it was, yes, we do want to look into each park and use and stuff, but I think there was some narrative that got out there that's like, oh, we're selling everything to fund a water treatment plant, or, and anyway, so the last couple meetings after that, we've kind of said, okay, well, hold on. What are our actual expectations of this? And it's really to that, look into the parks and the use and et cetera. That doesn't mean we're selling. That doesn't mean, that doesn't mean we're not selling, but that doesn't mean we're not, what are we gonna do? And part of it was a workshop for us to just chat about it, because we can't talk behind
Sure.
closed doors, right? We have to talk in front of people, at least 3 of us, 3 or more. And then it was, you guys brought together, kind of a document or whatever, and I think it whittled it down to like 8 parks, or roughly 8-ish parks that were
We just identified
kind of on
8 that were different variables, yeah.
on the list. And a couple of those were like commons properties, which, when we start getting in the dock program, that's a whole nother thing
Yeah.
that I don't want to touch, right? Me personally, and I think we're all kind of on the same page that we don't want to go down that road. And I think we did talk about that last
Correct.
meeting.
Correct.
We all kind of agreed we're not touching, if it's a dock, we're not touching it. So then I think it's down to like 3. Now, look into the use in the park and whatever. Could it be, if it's just woods, could it be a dog park? Could it be something else? Could we sell it? Could, whatever, right? I know there's one that's in between another, like 2 houses, that's like a park, right? There's no indication that's a park, and now the neighbor, they emailed us and said, don't do that, don't sell our park. It looks like to everybody else in the world that it's, a lot that's empty that wasn't built on. Anyway, it's a park, right? So, I think we're down to 3 or 4 is what we're gonna talk about, and then that's in the workshop is gonna be next city council meeting, right before the meeting, so at 5 o'clock
23rd?
on the 23rd, we're gonna talk about that.
Okay.
And the thought is, first of all, okay, if we're down to 3 or 4, what do we wanna do, and what do we wanna give instructions to the parks?
An Open Spaces Commission, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, to
Okay,
you
yeah.
guys,
Mhm.
because since you're on,
Kim's on
That's
that,
right.
yeah.
since you're on the
That's
board,
right.
what do we want you guys to look into,
Right.
and then come back with us with recommend. We don't want to waste your time.
Yeah.
At the same point, if we're like, hey, we really want to do this or this with that, we want to give you clear instructions on that. And then also, if we wanted to, down the road, we could do another joint meeting. I know you weren't part of the joint meeting.
I wasn't.
In
Yeah,
April or May.
unfortunately, I couldn't make it.
Right. And that's the first joint meeting we've had
In years.
in years.
Yeah, 'cause I've
Right.
been on the Parks and Open Spaces Commission for a long time.
Right.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It was shocking to see and not have been informed that that was going to be on TV, because I did get a lot of questions that I couldn't answer because
Right.
I didn't know what the genesis of that comment was. So, and I know that, we have to abide by guidelines and
Right.
confidentiality and all those kinds of things, but to see that on TV and being a member of the Parks and Open Spaces Commission made me, it didn't build belief in this particular council.
I will say, based on the guidelines that we're required to follow as
Sure.
a council, the workshop was designed to be a discussion around long-term strategy. And that is not a closed session, it is open for anyone else to hear, and all, for clarification. It was unfortunate that a member of the Parks Commission decided to go out on their own and represent themselves in a way that made it sound like, we were just going rogue and going to sell all the parks to pay for the water treatment plant. That was erroneous. And she was obviously misinformed. I understand she was upset about some other items. And I'm also kind of upset, Kim, that you're not aware of some of this stuff. As a member of the Parks Commission, as Jason said, we discussed this back in January. We also had a joint meeting. We've had multiple discussions, so I'm not really sure why you weren't informed.
And those discussions were about selling parks.
They weren't about selling parks. It
Okay,
was about
that's
evaluating.
my point for
We are
being here today.
evaluating and trying to come up with a long-term strategy. As a council, we are responsible fiscally for the taxpayers' dollars. Are we actually using them in the best manner possible? You know, do we have a strategy around these parks and open spaces? We've got a lot of lots that are just grass that we're maintaining that aren't really serving a purpose. Can we repurpose them? Do we need to sell them? You know, we don't want to just have things for no reason, you know, that are just sitting there. What does that do for the community? What service does that provide? And that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. A lot of these properties, especially like the one that Jason was talking about, those were acquired through a foreclosure or for, you know, tax reasons. And nothing's been done with it. And, yeah, I mean, could we do better? Definitely. But we also have to figure out a way to spend the money in the most effective way that we can. And the other part of this discussion is the fact that we don't have the manpower to provide the maintenance and upkeep on some of these places. So can we do a better job? Can we plant native plants in one place where that's just a strip that's used to access a dock in the Commons program? That would probably be a great place to plant native or, you know, a runoff type situation with a rain garden, rather than planting native plants in the middle of a play area that become an overgrown, weeded mess. Those are the type strategies that we need to discuss. And that is something we have to do as in a workshop format, which is what we were trying to do. Unfortunately, it was on the same night as the lid discussion, which meant we had a packed house. That was unfortunate. And
Well, it was unfortunate because half the people that showed up came, and a lot of people left because they're like, you know, the Artesa, right?
Sure.
I had people from there calling me and saying,
yeah.
I thought you were approving the Commons Phase 2.
'Cause that
Now
was
you're
part of the
selling the
discussion.
property? And I said, no, in the council meeting, I think we're gonna hopefully approve Phase 2. And again, this was put online, whatever, again, everybody come out to all of our meetings, please. There's never anybody here, there's 4 people here, right? 4, 5 people. Part of them is the police, but.
Well, I don't want to take up any more of your
So-
time, but I just felt the need and the desire to speak to you in person and
Yes.
tell you that I was surprised. And
Just so you know, when we put out our alert that we're having a workshop, our alert was a little vague. But part of it is, it's a vague, we're just talking about it, you know, high level. So, and again, unfortunately, someone took that and pushed it online and made a big thing about it. Come on out and save your park. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're doing. You know, this is super high level, and again, we can't talk behind the scenes. So
Sure.
we usually have our workshop in that little conference room. We leave the doors open in case everybody wants to come in, hang out. No one ever comes to our workshop. Not one person ever comes to workshops. It just doesn't happen. So we had it in here because there's 50 people in here. And most people I've ever seen at a workshop, but, and part of it is the 3 of us had no idea what we're talking about either. Because I didn't call the workshop. They didn't call the workshop. Those two people can call a workshop. They called the workshop, those 2, and they brought the thing up in the first place back in January that was something they want to look into. So, I don't know, you know, and then Jesse's like, hey, you know, whoever in Channel 5 wants to talk, you know.
We were
I don't know.
blindsided by that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that
like,
was
okay, well, we're just,
more than just you.
yeah, we're all blindsided.
Can I elaborate on that? too,
Yeah,
a
go
little
ahead,
bit?
please.
Sorry, were you?
No, I'm done, yeah.
I realize you're probably privy to a lot of this too, but just now that we're talking about it, for anyone listening too, it's like if 2 people call for a workshop and then we show up, it's more of a opportunity for us to publicly discuss it, even though people don't usually show up, but to kind of get ourselves organized before we bring it to a meeting. Or, like, I was under the impression that we were going to come to the workshop, decide what we wanted to bring to parks for the next meeting.
Right.
And like, I didn't get the workshop materials until I sat down
Right.
here,
Yeah,
you know,
to
and I could do the
pre-read
same
and-
thing if,
Which is common,
you know,
because we
me and
don't,
Councilmember Pugh call for a workshop and others wouldn't see the documents until we get there, so we kind of just, it's really informal. I mean, it was vague and confusing, but that's kind of on purpose because we weren't making any final decisions at that meeting, it's just a workshop. But the intent, just because I also had to answer emails, you know, I had one lady call me asking if we're selling Carlson Park and the beach, and, you know, I was like, no, it's like, it's an extremely short list of a lot of places that are called parks by name, but there's not even a bench. It's a corner sliver thing, and we're, you know, what are we gonna do with it? It's not gonna materialize to anything that's gonna
It's an
move the
open
needle
space.
financially huge. It's an open space.
That's right.
And I think Councilmember Pugh had said that maybe you guys had already spoken about kind of redefining the definitions of what
That's right.
parks are or aren't, or the different kinds.
Yeah.
And so we were gonna discuss that later, and then it just kind of got, you know, got a
Okay,
little blown
well,
up.
I'm not I guess gossip monger. I wanted to come in and see
Yeah.
you face to face and just get an explanation for it.
so
thank you.
next council meeting, or I should say workshop, at 5 o'clock, you know, please come if you
I
want.
will.
Yeah, and then,
On the
I will.
23rd.
again, it's kind of meant to be a discussion with us,
Okay.
but you guys can,
That'd
maybe
be
can come
great.
and listen, see what
Yep.
we're talking about.
Okay,
And then if we, or, you know, hopefully we'll have some discussion items, we're like, okay, let's do this going forward. And then I would imagine the next step would be, let's have the parks, you know, with the staff, work on blank. If we want to move forward with something, and then you guys would come back with a recommendation of,
Sure.
do this, this, and this, and then
Right.
we either take it or not. And then, you know, sometimes the planning committee, they come up with great ideas, and we're like, no, you're wrong, you didn't see this, this, and this.
that seems very fair, so
Right.
I appreciate
So,
that,
appreciate
and
it.
I won't take up any more
All
of your
right,
time.
thank you. All right, anybody else? Cool, all right, someone calls that. Number 6, we got Orno, please. Welcome.
Mayor, City Council. Going over stuff for the last couple of weeks, we have nothing significant on the crime activity reports or anything. Everything, we're busy, but it's normal trending stuff that we deal with regularly. Nothing upticking. Just a note that there has been some theft from vehicles, break-ins of vehicles. So again, we just remind everybody to lock your car and take all your stuff in, all your valuables in with you, because it's the best way to avoid that to happen. If they see a laptop sitting in there, they're going after it, so. But on a note, I know my shift on this side is out constantly walking the neighborhoods, driving the neighborhoods. We're trying to stay on top of it, because I know in the area surrounding us, there are issues. So just want to remind people to be vigilant and take care of your vehicle and your personal belongings. Other than that, we don't have much. Officers are dealing with juvenile on e-bikes still. We have just, mostly what we're doing is we're catching them and we're educating them and we're calling parents and releasing them to their parents and letting their parents know what's going on. We are ticketing for what needs to be ticketed for so that they get the clue. We are trespassing them from properties, so we're doing what we can do, and we're trying to educate ourselves as well as the people that we come in contact with when we deal with them. So, right now, we are actively backgrounding 2 cadets for our cadet program. Hopefully, we'll know in the next couple weeks if they're moving on or not. So we have to finish up all the internal investigations on that. OLL Incredible Festivals this weekend. We are going to have pretty big presence there. We were requested to be there, so we will have a lot of officers roaming. Other than that, it's going to be a busy month for Arnold. We have a lot of training come up over post-medical training, department firearms training, SWAT annual shoot, and then in 2 weeks, again, like I talked to you, I won't be around. We will be up at Camp Ripley with the SWAT team doing our annual evaluation for the SWAT team. So we are going to be busy for next month with training, but it's just all the cookie crumbles.
Sorry to interrupt. Question. I got a phone call or something about some activity down at Surfside. Was that a training thing that was going on with the lake rescue, water rescue?
That was Hennepin County.
Yeah.
Was that what they were doing?
Yeah,
Okay.
Probably, yeah, they train
I
them.
kind of assumed that was because I didn't hear a lot of sirens or anything like that, so.
Yeah, they
okay.
usually don't share with us what they're doing, but we know it, that's their area, so we just leave them be, so.
Well, it was
A
quite
lot
a
of times
commotion
it's-
evidently.
If the fire department is involved, just, it's a lot of times it's Monday night.
I think
So
it was on Monday,
I
yeah.
think I saw a fire.
The fire and the rescue
vehicle,
was there, yeah.
And then, yeah, the boats for Hennepin County.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Any questions for me or anything you guys got?
When you mentioned the, vehicle break-ins before, is it in Mound, is it mostly residences, driveways, parks, or just businesses?
It varies, to be honest, thinking back from last year, parking on the streets, parking, we had a lot up in Orno and the dog park up in Orno where people were parking or leaving their cars unattended and unlocked and leaving their wallets, purses, phones, stuff in there. And people it's a crime of opportunity, so if they can easily grab it, sometimes they'll bust a window, sometimes they'll break in somehow to get it. So it varies. It's just if you're leaving your car for any amount of time, don't leave anything visible. And if you can at all help it, get it out, just take it out with you too, so.
Are the DWIs, are those Mound residents, or are they people traveling through our community?
The people that are committing this,
Yeah, mm-hmm.
I don't think they're Mound residents. Sometimes they could be kids out.
Mm-hmm.
Back when I was in Mound as an officer, we always called the kids were out car shopping, and they were basically going down the streets, checking doors, taking
I
out
think
change.
she's talking about DUIs.
No, I'm
The
talking
what?
about.
DUI.
Oh, yeah, she was asking
DUIs.
about the DWI arrests,
Oh.
or the,
Yeah.
Mound residents, or
They vary, to be honest. They can be passing through, or they can be an actual resident. I see Ubers all around, so people are doing their best, but I think there's just those few that, make the wrong decision at that point, so.
All right, so we'll not see you next week or 2 weeks,
In 2 weeks, yeah.
and then we'll see you October.
If there's anything comes up, let us know.
Yeah,
We'll make
we'll-
sure someone's here,
Yeah, okay,
so.
cool, thanks.
thanks.
Good luck on training. All right, number 7, we got Rhonda Nelson, the Gillespie Center. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, she gets- Perfect. Thank you. As Jason said, I'm Rhonda Nelson. I'm the director at the Gillespie Center. And I requested to come and give you guys an update. I was here about a year ago and kind of shared with you, I was brand new then, and shared with you our strategy. But I first want to start with a big thank you, gratitude. We have come a long way, which you'll see in a minute here. But a lot of that is in part to you guys. I appreciate your donation last year or in this year, as well as the plus is, for the other things that you do for us, for like mowing the lawn and doing the flags and some parking lot stuff. So that's definitely appreciated. So just wanted to, and I know I have some new council members, so give you a quick update. As I mentioned last year, we created this new strategy when I first joined, and I love it. I think it's important, and I think it does align with your strategy, right? We all want to see a thriving community. And our mission really is around providing a dedicated, we're dedicated to providing a supportive culture, space, and environment. I write this over and over again on thank you cards. I can't believe I can't remember it. To enrich the lives of our community members of all ages. So while we are a senior center, we have kind of tried to shift our focus and really open it up to all of the community. We have found that our seniors like to share their activities with their intergenerational family members, right? Their kids, or especially their grandkids. So we do have activities and things geared around them. If you want to flip to the next one. So last time I rolled out our goals, and I just want to give you a quick update on how we're doing against those goals. So we focused just on 4 big goals. One of them is increasing our membership. And if you recall, membership really is a loose word. I really consider them supporters. It's like basically for an individual, it's $40 for the year to join. And it's not like joining a health club, right? You don't have to be a member to use any of our services and programs, nothing. But it really is just kind of a financial contribution. But we are up. This is a challenging one because a lot of the people that like to be called members are passing away, moving on, right? So we're trying to find ways to engage our younger seniors and bringing them in. While we've increased it, it's not as high as we'd like. The next one is a big one, increasing our profit. This year was our first year that we're operating in the green for many years and haven't had to borrow against our endowment that Mr. Gillespie set up once upon a time. So super excited about that. That is a lot of hard work and due diligence. We've tried to increase our fundraisers, although fundraisers typically don't make a ton of money. Like when we have a bingo event or kind of that average fundraiser, they might bring in about an average of $1,000. So we have a few bigger ones, one coming up, as a matter of fact, which I'll talk to in a minute. But pretty excited about this one. It's a challenge because our expenses keep rising, as everybody's does, right? And our building is old. It's 25 years, and still original boilers, air conditioners, all that kind of stuff. The third goal is increasing our programming usage. So that's really the bigger one, other than membership, over membership, because that's who's using the building. So we do have a sign-in sheet. We do ask people to sign in when they're going to a program or a seminar or a service. So we track that, and we are up greatly, almost 40% over our goal. And then the last one I'm particularly proud of, it's NPS, which stands for Net Promoter Score. I'm sure you guys have all seen that pretty much anywhere you go now or anything you sign up for or buy. They send you a quick survey, and on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to refer to this to a friend? So we did a survey when I started last April, and we did a second survey. We're measuring this annually, and we're up 95%. So super excited about that. Still room to grow. But it means that the people that are coming are happy with what we're doing. I'm not going to drain these slides, but I put them in here just to give you, again, an overview and for the newer members on kind of what we do. We do offer a lot of services and programming. Some of these we've done for a while, but a lot of them were new that I've added in the last year. And many of these things are cost neutral. I work, for example, with Ridgeview Medical to bring in like the free flu shots. We're doing dementia screening this month. They also do seminars for us on a monthly basis on different health-related topics. We do have hearing services, defensive driving classes. Of course, we're an election site for Mound. Don't forget about that. And we have a lot of programming. So anything from card games to ukulele. Pretty much. And we always ask for, if somebody's interested, we put it out in our newsletter and say, hey, who's interested in this, and try to get a gauge. So we've added a few new things, like a walking club this year, a Rumi Cube club, things like that. Oh, Mahjong as well. So we want to flip to the next one. And then this is just a list of more things that we offer. So a lot of educational programs. Excursions that they pay for, but we try to keep it cost neutral. We're not making money on those things, but we do have to rent a bus. So we work with a company out in Norwood, Young America, to get in a cost-effective bus. And then special interests, some of those things do cost money. So like the historical and author speakers, so we try to keep that kind of to a minimum. And of course, community talks. So we have Mayor Holt coming in October 1st.
Yeah, you said that costs a lot of money. I guess
That one's free. I hope.
That was free.
Yes. And we just had the Orono Police Department there about 2 months ago doing a special session on frauds and scams to keep seniors safe. We've had the fire chief, Chief Peterson, out as well, and he's coming back again in the next few months. So if you want to go to the next one. Marketing update. So this is exciting. A year ago, we had just gotten our new logo, but I'm proud now coming back here. It's now finally on our building. That was a little bit of a hurdle because as they painted the new building, they found there's a strip across the portico that we were going to remove to put the logo, and it was all rotted underneath. So we had to defer to this year, get it fixed and repainted, and now the logo's up. So it was up just before the Spirit of the Lakes, so that was great. We've expanded a lot of our marketing to include a website. Our old website was really clunky and not maintained, so we got a new website that is user-friendly that I can update on a real-time basis, so it's very effective. Please visit it. Please check it out. You can see when Mayor Holt is speaking. Newsletters, so I've really worked with the city, including Mound, to get our events and our programs in the city newsletters. That includes all the West Tonka communities around us, from St. Bonnie to Orono, et cetera. And then really increased our social media presence. Facebook is growing. I had a marketing intern in this summer and a free marketing intern. Happens to be my daughter. I was going to school at University of South Carolina for marketing. So it was kind of a win-win, and she created an Instagram account. So that's not being followed very well because it doesn't really relate to our audience. But if you're on Instagram, please follow us.
Do you have Facebook too?
Yes, Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, it's big Facebook. So
Good.
we try to post at least 3 times a week
Okay.
on Facebook.
And we're without our social media person right now. She left.
Oh,
Maggie.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
But
right.
we should have a new one pretty soon.
Oh, good.
So we'll connect you.
That would be
with-
great.
With them, and we should, a lot of times we'll share your stuff anyway, I think, or at least.
I don't know so much, but
Anyway.
Orono started doing that. So if you
Okay.
guys could do that too, that'd be
We'll
great. So
share.
let me know when
We can
Maggie.
share our stuff too.
Thanks, Jesse. All right. Fundraising, as I said, that is one stream of revenue. As a nonprofit, trying to, make our budget, it's difficult. So we do try to do as much fundraising in the center as we can. I won't drain the stuff on the left, but you can see we did the big spring fling. I know some of you guys came to that. That was successful. We partner with Allen Almas. They do a great job. They give us 6 cruises in the summer, and they donate $6 per ticket back to us at the end. We provide volunteers to work the boats, but it's a huge, like last year was record sales. This year beat last year's sales, so we're really excited about that. If you ever need to do that on a Monday, and you don't have to be a senior to go on it, although there is a lot of seniors. I market it to other senior centers and senior living facilities, so they often have big groups and buses that come. But that's really successful, and people love that. And you can't beat the price. We charge $25 for the cruise, which is an hour-and-a-half narrated cruise, and it includes a lunch. So it's a good deal. And then, Scotty B, our Mound resident chef, he was just here a week ago, and he donates his time and does a quarterly lunch for us. And those lunches usually bring in about $1,000, but it's fun, and the seniors love it, and we have a room full of people, so it's good. It's a win-win. Coming up, we have a fashion show, we have a bingo. Those will be smaller. Scotty B, like I said, comes back quarterlies. We'll do a holiday boutique every year, which we'll do in November. A Christmas brunch and the pancakes with Santa, so that's a family kid event. And the big one is our 25th anniversary celebration. So you will all receive invitations. They went out in the mail on Friday. But you already have them. Awesome. That's great. So we're excited about that. It'll be a mix, right? We're going to have a program dedicated to, honoring Bill Gillespie and our history of the last 25 years. But we also have the Abiders coming, which was donated. Somebody donated. They bought it at another silent auction and donated it to us. So that's awesome. The Sons of the American Legion in Mound is doing the pork chop dinner. So I think it'll be a really fun event. And then, of course, the Lions are, as Kevin knows, I had to get a license. They're doing the bar, so we'll have a cash bar. Okay, I want to go to the next. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. But you have the invitation, so I hope you all make it. You could buy a table, have a city council table if you'd like, or whatever. So I'm here today ultimately to give you the update, but also to make the next acts for 2026. I would love for you guys to continue funding us. Obviously, we're a huge community asset, and we're growing, and we need support to help us grow. I did some checking. most senior centers are run and funded, managed by the cities. We never have been because Bill Gillespie came forward 25 years ago, right, and did that. I also checked with like similar cities. So Delano Senior Center is run by the city, and their budget is about $500,000. That's what they spent last year. What we spent last year was $325, and we have a big building, and it's aging. So I think we do a pretty good job of trying to manage it effectively, but it's still, the costs will go up. I know just this year, right, like I know all of our maintenance costs have went up and our electricity went up, and like everyone's, right, but, so it just keeps going up. So last year you donated $6,000, and again, thank you. I would love to see you donate more. I know that you're I'm not, I obviously know you're in budget constraints. I did secure funding from other cities. So Orono gave us $12,000 last year, and Minnesota just signed up for 10, which was a fight, but they did it. Spring Park gives us about 4, so I would love to see Mound give us 10, but realistically, at least 6, or with inflation, maybe 7. Whatever you wanted, whatever your heart desires, right?
Yep.
But I appreciate you continuing to support us, and especially in the support of our grounds and upkeep, and that's been very appreciative. Other ways you can support us, if you flip to the next slide. Again, like us on Facebook, helping us with, the newsletters and stuff, and connect with Maggie's replacement on Facebook and stuff like that as well. Consider becoming a member. If anyone would like a tour before the event, please stop in. I'd love to give you guys a tour if you haven't been there. And certainly attend our other fundraisers and programs. So there's a lot to offer. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
I don't. The building looks awesome.
Thank you.
The spring playing was cool. I like that.
Yeah,
Fun.
that was fun. We did another something similar. We had a band, we called it the summer concert. It was called the Arcades.
Yep.
It was not very well attended, and I promoted the heck out of it.
Summer.
It was a really good band. I know, maybe it was summer, but hopefully the word will get out, and if we do it again, we'll do it, in the spring or, The winter is hard because a lot of our members are snowbirds, so,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. I used to play in a band when I was young, right? Long time
Are you
ago.
going to volunteer?
No. I'm just thinking like the spring playing I think was cool because you had, Jeremy, right?
Yeah, Jimmy Burband, yep.
Yeah, local guy and pastor and then his kids were playing and stuff and
Yeah.
that was just fun. I can't remember, was it just him the whole night?
Yeah.
Because he did
yeah.
Bob Dylan and then
Yeah, he did 2 sets,
Two
like
sets,
one
yeah.
Bob Dylan specific and then
one with
like a
his kids,
cover.
one without.
Yeah.
And I thought that was good. Anyway, I'm just thinking like more Battle of the Bands or like, get the high school involved. I would, as a kid, that was like where I wanted to be. We had to play at the Legion, and my
That's a great idea.
parents were like, "You're playing at a bar, you're 16, So
They might be
anyway.
okay with people playing at the Gillespie Center.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why not? Right. Anyway, just
One of the challenges with bands, now about high school, we would probably wouldn't do the cash bar, but like the band, like the reason why the Arcades didn't make as much money is I had to hire a bartender. So because we don't have a liquor license or the liquor insurance. We've looked into it, right? It's
yeah.
expensive. So it's like, we need to be more financially solvent to be able to invest in that. But
Right.
if we did, it would return, right? Because we could do more. Because people expect to have a cash bar at some of those types of events,
Yeah.
right?
Do you
But
guys-
like when the Lions give us their licenses and they come and work it, they give us the proceeds, so
Right.
we make money on that as well.
You don't have to tell us the number, but you made money that night. Big
On the
picture.
Spring Fling?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was a great event.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool. I would definitely come to more like that.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a beer and wine license and just not like a spirits, like not a full
No.
liquor license or none?
No, we don't have anything, and it's mostly because of the insurance.
Yeah, I think
reason.
beer and wine is quite a bit cheaper, and then once you add spirits, I think it gets really expensive.
Yeah, we probably would never, we don't do spirits even with the Lions.
Right.
It's just beer, wine, and seltzers,
Cool.
yeah.
Any other questions? We'll talk about the money thing in a minute here.
Yeah.
No, I'm just curious, do we need to make a public announcement that serves two purposes? If more than two of us are going to attend, which I know I would like to go.
Oh, like a potential quorum notice?
Yes,
Yeah.
and so if we're doing that, at least that's getting it out in the public as well.
Yeah.
And then it protects us in case we do have a quorum, which I think we probably will.
We usually do quorum notices, but for community get-togethers like this, I don't know if we have to specifically.
We would do it just to be safe.
We always
Yeah.
try,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
That's why I was
I
saying,
don't know.
it would be beneficial to them as well if it's just one more
Yeah, yeah.
advertisement for them that they're having the event.
Yeah.
As long as we're clear on what the event is.
Yeah, right.
And I know it says it in your invitation, but I'd be honored if you would speak, a couple minutes at the event as well.
Oh my God.
Just saying what, it's on my list to do when I get back into town. I'm leaving tomorrow for vacation, but to follow up to see, because it would be great just to hear from the mayors of different cities on what the Gillespie means to them. What does it mean to the community, right? Because that's what Bill Gillespie, that was the
Yeah.
vision, is it's community center, it's benefiting the community.
Yeah.
And what does it mean to the community? So no big thing.
I haven't looked at the date, but yeah, I'll think about it. But I'm definitely going to come on the 1st for sure.
Okay, yes,
At 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, yes.
1 o'clock. So if anybody watches this later.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, October 1st, Gillespie. We had, 30 people, 25, 30
Yeah.
Last time.
last time?
Last year, yep.
And the year before that, it was, 40 maybe?
I would think it would be bigger this year, just with the questions on the water treatment and
Yeah,
stuff.
great.
But who knows?
It
And it's
just-
posted around town, it's posted at Jubilee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And basically, it's kind of informal, so like,
Yeah.
if people want to ask questions or, hey, what are we doing? Sometimes just like, people want to come to these, 3-hour meetings,
Yeah.
twice a month, so it's nice to get in front of people, and, yeah, it's good. Cool.
Great.
Well, you can either hang out or you can sit down, whatever you want to do, but we'll talk about what we want to do for money.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
Yeah,
All right.
appreciate it, thanks. I will say, we kind of, last year, it was kind of like right against the line with the budget, and we kind of talked about this in our budget meeting, recently, that, we know she was going to come and request more. I think we should be doing at least, the 10. I mean, Beatrice is doing 10.
10,001?
Well, yeah. If you want to, I mean, 6 to 10
Friendly
is-
competition.
is not that
There you
big,
go.
Yeah.
not that big of a deal, but I think at least doing that, I think would be, unless you want to do a little bit more than that or not, but.
It is in our town.
We were doing this before, it was a lot higher in the past, if I remember right. And then she approached me, it was a year ago or so, and it was like right around the budget time, and it was just not a good, but we did what we could, so. I mean, do you guys feel like 10 or?
I'm comfortable with that. You guys have looked at it in relationship to the budget, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not exactly in like better shape or
Yeah, we're not
anything, but I mean,
perfectly,
it's-
yeah.
I'm
But,
okay with 10,000, that's a consensus.
and we're gonna talk about the budget next meeting.
Right.
So there'll be more to come on that, but yeah, we're sticking to our financial plan and our,
Yeah.
the whole work, so,
Yeah, we can do that.
yeah.
Well, I'll make a motion
Okay, go ahead.
that we make a commitment of $10,000 to the Gillespie Senior Center for 2026, right?
All right, got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, that passes. Thank you. And you're doing a great job. I mean, phenomenal. So, don't quit.
Take suggestions, though.
Well, we're giving you whether they're good or not. All right, number 8, we got discussion, action, planning case 2509, variance for second driveway apron. All right.
Good
welcome.
evening, Mayor Holt, members of the council, guests, applicants. I'm Sarah Smith. I'm the planner. I'm going to provide a brief overview for you of the planning case that was submitted to us from Rod and Kathleen Thier. They're the owners of the property at 1705 Baywood Shores Drive, and they have submitted a variance application requesting approval to allow a second access for their home and property to gain access to an existing storage and parking area that's on the north and in the rear side of their property. The property is zoned R1. It's a single-family designation. It includes a single-family home with an attached garage. It was constructed in and about 1984. Just if you wouldn't mind maybe putting the aerial up, that would be helpful. On the overhead, the property is identified in the blue, and it has frontage on 3 Points Boulevard, and it has frontage on Baywood Shores Drive. The application is requesting a apron curb that would serve an existing parking area that they use to store equipment, recreational vehicles, trailers, that sort of thing. This particular area has a driveway here, and the application of the code is you get one driveway per code. It is important to note, because it was talked about a little bit at the Planning Commission meeting, is that the code actually states that the number and types of access drives onto major streets shall be limited to a single access unless improved by the city engineer. And some of the discussion that took place amongst the Planning Commission, and we've also had some conversations as a staff, and it was also mentioned by the applicant, is that Baywood Shores Drive is not a major street, it's a local road. My understanding, the application of this code has been everybody gets one driveway. A second one can be applied for with circumstances if you're on a larger road, or if you have probably a very large span of driveway. For example, if you got 300 feet of road and you want to do a ring road, that's very much different than if you have a lot that's 60 feet width. So that was one of the discussion points at our meeting a week ago today. A couple of other information tidbits about the property. This actually came about, the property owners had reached out through a contractor to request a new apron put in, and the contractor reached out to our Public Works Director, and that access request was not granted on the basis that the code says you only get one. And so the discussion for the staff in cooperation with the property owner is what was the recourse or the remedy for that. And it was determined that if they wanted to pursue that second apron opening, that they needed to pursue the variance process. A little bit about the property. There's an existing gravel Class 5 area. This is kind of in the north area. This is their existing driveway. That area currently exists. It's currently in use. It's my understanding it has standard curbs, so the folks, when they are packing or backing or driving their items in, they're jumping the curb. And the concern about wanting that to be pulled out and replaced is to allow for minimizing potential damage on their trailers and on their personal vehicles. With regards to the area, as is noted in the planning report, there is standard curb in and around that area. There's also some painted curb that was done by the Public Works Department following a request to, first of all, I think identify the hydrant that's in that vicinity, but also to prevent parking so close to that intersection for specifically folks coming from 3 Points making a southbound movement. A couple things, and this was again a little bit talked about at the Planning Commission, is it a driveway? Is it a parking area? Is it a storage area? We do have standards for driveways. Number one, minimum 10 feet in width at the apron, max 24. They're also required to be hard surfaced, and when I mean hard surface, I mean something similar like concrete or bituminous or a pervious paver that's engineered for that use. And they're also required to be located 1 foot off-site and rear property lines. And so that was a bit of the discussion is it's not improved. Does it need to be improved? Is it a driveway? Is it a secondary parking area? And so those were some of the discussion points at last Tuesday's meeting. It was also mentioned at the meeting, Mr. and Mrs. Thayer had reached out to several of their neighbors to explain their situation and explain their request, and they provided that document to the staff, and it was incorporated into the Planning Commission packet. All those neighbors expressed support for the existing condition and allowing that access. With regards to other comments, our staff did not support the variance on the basis of 4 findings that were included in the planning report. And you can find those on pages 2354 and 2355. And there was also a technical letter that was prepared by the city engineer based on the location of the property, and in particular, the parking area that's located on the property at present. Some of the other discussion items that were brought up or mentioned is that there is an existing driveway across the street that recently was expanded, and it actually could be closer to the intersection than this. And it was also mentioned that there are similar conditions in and around the neighborhood. And Ms. Thayer provided some graphics, photos that were entered into the record as amendments that are included into the executive summary as addendum information from our Planning Commission packet. Very quick analysis of the property is, even with the current parking area, for lack of a better word, we believe the property is compliant with hardcover allowance. Whether or not it's gravel or it's concrete, it still counts because it gets compacted down. So if you've got a gravel driveway, it counts towards hardcover. The reason the case is on the regular agenda is that we have differing recommendations from the staff. Our staff didn't support the request, and the Planning Commission did not accept staff's recommendation for approval, or I'm sorry, for denial, and they recommended approval of the variance request based on the discussion that took place at the meeting. And some of those high points were, number one, parking is already taking place. It was felt that parking in the rear is preferred versus front yard parking because it's kind of tucked back. Other points that were brought up at the meeting, again, was this actually is a very similar situation. I do point out that is their only driveway, but it is in the vicinity of the location. And so that recommendation for approval was 6 in favor and 2 opposed. Our 2 Planning Commission members that were opposed commented on a couple of things. One Planning Commission member specifically talked about the need, he'd like to see this improved to standards, meaning hardcover, concrete, bituminous, meeting the setbacks, meeting the opening. The other member also expressed support for an improved area as well, but also cited some concerns with, what the practical difficulty or hardship was, and potential safety issues on that corner as well. We did provide in your packet summary minutes from last Tuesday's meeting. We will be happy to answer questions for members of the council. As is normal and customary, when we have conflicting recommendations, we do not prepare a resolution in advance of the meeting. And so any future resolution would be prepared based on council discussion and direction that takes place as part of this meeting or a subsequent meeting. And then that information is brought back in the form of a motion that would be acted on at that time. So I always make a point of mentioning that we also did notify neighbors as a courtesy, so we could have some folks here with us this evening. At last Tuesday's meeting, we did not have any neighbors provide comment on the application. However, the applicants were, of course, present, and I think Mrs. Thayer is here as well tonight. So she'll have some, I'm sure will want to share comments with the Planning Commission with regards to the current request.
With the planning commission? About the planning commission, okay.
Yep, following last week's meeting and to share information with you folks.
All right, does council have any questions for Sarah?
I do. So they're just going to fill that driveway with rock that they currently have? It's just adding the apron?
The, the current recommendation from the Planning Commission does not require that parking area to be improved. It would stay existing.
So can it be redirected so that it's parallel to the house rather than all the way out by the curb, which is causing issues with traffic, as well as it being almost directly across from the neighbor across the street?
I believe, Ms.
that-
Herrick, that's probably a question maybe to request Ms. Thayer, like dear, to respond back to you.
Right. Because I'm looking at that's what we're looking at on two different screens here. I'm looking at Hennepin County, which is showing me an aerial, and he's got a looks like Google Maps, is that what that is? Yeah. It does seem that entryway is very close to the, the corner, and also very close to a fire hydrant, which I believe you designated it has to be 80 feet. Is that what I saw?
The area is, Public Works did paint that area in the
Right.
vicinity of the hydrant, and also to prevent parking specifically around that curve area, so the
Yeah.
folks making the southbound turn.
That would be a concern I would have. I would hope that, we've got very few ordinances, and I would hope that we would stick to what we do have. However, I understand the issue for the homeowner. I would like to see them move it over so it's parallel to the house, and looks like there might be a slight retaining wall there. I would also like to see them pave it or blacktop it or whatever it's called. I mean,
Improved surface.
we've got a lot of these, yeah, I mean, I know when I lived in Apple Valley, this was not acceptable because there was concern about things actually going into the water table, which I realize it does run off the driveway and goes into our water system anyway. If I was a neighbor, I wouldn't be happy with this. I don't even like my driveway. So, I just think we could do better. That's my personal opinion. But as a council member, I do understand the issue for the homeowner. But I definitely would like to see it moved parallel to the house and away from that curb, for the reasons that you've listed already.
So do you have any other questions for Sarah?
Yeah, I do. I don't know, more discussion or questions, but the city engineer's letter mentioned that it also would be an option. Like, I just want everyone to make this work if we can. I don't like the way that it is currently either, and I don't recall ever really not agreeing with the planning commission's recommendation, but I just have some questions on the options. So the city engineer stated that they would like to see it where the driveway just combines with the original front, like the main driveway. Like,
I understand that,
so, where their main driveway is, the second one just kind of coming to that. So they would still have one entrance.
Right.
So then I guess, if that's an option, that's good. But I guess my question too is like, can you make your driveway apron wider? So can you have like one wider apron instead of two? I see Matt nodding his head.
But that would also require them to drive in through their front yard to get to
Well,
the...
they would move the driveway to,
Oh, to the other
they would
side?
kind of like
Yeah.
meet. And then if you got one wider apron, that's an option. And I guess, I'm familiar with the area, so also the home across the street has one driveway on Baywood Shores, and then their second opening is on 3 Points. I don't think we can see it, but
Right.
it's in the backyard.
Oh,
Like,
I see
would,
what you're-
would that be an option for that property? Whether they,
I think there's some challenges with that.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I know there's topography and it's hilly, but I'm just trying to look at everything here. So the original apron could be extended and using, meeting the original driveway is an option, and I don't know, I mean, I'll be honest, just because it's in front of that yellow curb and the fire hydrant and the no parking and the safety concerns from the city engineer's letter, I totally understand, I don't wanna go against that, but I have a few neighbors that have kind of, I don't wanna say the exact same, but a similar setup, and you can buy like those, you can, like Fleet Farm, like the curb ramps.
Oh, yeah.
Black rubber. My neighbor uses that when they move their trailer, their boat, their ATV, camper. I mean, you get out of your truck, you throw those on the curb, you back your stuff in, you pull out, and then you put the ramps back in your yard.
To
I
your
mean, they're
point,
like-
though, I don't think.
They're like that big.
They can't go down the left side of the house because there's not enough room, at least according to Hennepin County's aerial shot.
What do
I
you
don't think
mean?
They'd be, because if they combined the driveway, it would, I think, be on the other neighbor's property.
Who has the cat toy, the laser pointer thing? I don't know if I'm getting my point across the correct way.
Jesse, are you able to pull up Google Maps?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Not red, yellow.
Yellow. Red just shuts it all down.
Yeah.
So like,
All down.
the engineer's letter, what I was kind of agreeing with is saying like the driveway would kind of go like that.
So you're saying bring it over, like I
Bring it
was saying,
over,
which
so
is
and then make
parallel,
the
yeah.
one apron bigger, and then you don't have any of
Yeah.
this going on.
But see, every other house, it's on the left side.
Yeah.
You wouldn't put the driveway on that side.
Oh, no, I get it, I'm just saying they already
Yeah, I know.
have stuff there if they
There's
want
stuff
to.
there, but I'm just saying, like, naturally, you're gonna put
Am I
it,
able to speak?
yeah, in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I
Yeah.
wanted to make a point, and then you can, then I'll.
We're talking to her, and then I'll bring you
Okay,
up,
sorry, I don't
and then
know
we'll
the
bring her
rules.
back up, and then we'll make a
Okay,
decision.
sorry, I don't know the rules.
Okay, just give me a minute.
I could clear it up.
Naturally, you're gonna put your stuff on the left side. You're not gonna go around your front door and around the back. So it's kind of like it's already a problem where it's at now.
Mhm.
So unless you say, well, seed your lawn and start over and go that way. But there's not a lot of room over there either, and it's already existing over on the other side, so.
And I empathize too, I mean, I like the just the fact that there are options to either, follow the city manager's recommendation, get the, black curb ramp, seems to be the cheapest. It's not the coolest looking, but, and then, I mean, the one entrance on a major road, like, I just want to point out, I don't think we can move this, it's just a photo.
Right.
Okay, so the house that's here and the one that's here both have like horseshoe driveways, they have two entrances, so I'm not, trying to pick on one or the other, but, that's a major road and the homes do have two entrances where it says they're supposed to have one, so it's not the most unique ask in the world, it's just the unfortunate position of the way that
It's two.
curb comes around when you, speaking of the safety concerns from the city engineer.
Do you have anything for Sarah?
Yeah.
No.
I think there's a second home here.
All right, should we hear from the applicant?
So it's like there.
Oh, sure, yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
all right, thanks, and we'll.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. All right, if you want to come up and give
Oh,
us your.
yeah, sorry.
Hopefully a lot of this will, make sense.
All right.
Sorry.
That's the yellow, but.
Yellow, and remember that, yellow.
And just give us your name.
Hi, Kathy
name and
Thayer,
address. Yeah.
1705 Baywood Shores Drive, Mound. So I'll address all of that. I do have some stuff that I'd like to read out. I appreciate Kevin, Sherry, Jason, Scott, and I'm sorry I don't know you, and Michelle, and everybody else, and everything that Sarah's done for me. So good evening, and thank you for your time and effort that you put into the city and the city council. I'm going to be explaining the reasons why I asked for this variance and why it's important to my spouse, Rodney, which he's sick, he's not here tonight. First, thanks. Rod is self-employed. He's a contractor and has been for decades, much like any of you who are small business owners, who puts in a lot of hours with little appreciation, a thank you, a smile, and of course, some revenue. I'm a local insurance agent, have been for 40 years. We have serious ties to this community. I have been a boater and a member of the Minnetonka Power Squadron for 30-plus years. So is my husband. We purchased our home at this address, 1705 Baywood, in November of 16, so just about 9 years ago. During those 9 years, we have tirelessly worked to clean up our neighborhood and our actual property. Jason lives down the street from us, so does Kevin. I know you guys have seen the differences and the changes that we've put into that actual property.
You talking about me?
Yep.
Oh, I don't live anywhere near.
I thought you lived over by Jennings.
No, that's the other Jason Holt.
Okay.
That's my doppelganger.
That's your doppelganger. Well, I was told that you live over by Jennings.
No, that's the other Jason.
So, anyways, Kevin,
lives over
we're pretty
there.
sure. I've seen you walk down the street a couple of times. So this area, yellow, this entire area was all thick woods like this is. We took out 86 trees with the arborist from Mound to take out all of those trees because they were dying, they were infected. I got sepsis on my legs and was seriously in a bad way from trying to clean up this property when we first bought it. The reason that we cannot go on this side, if you notice the difference between here to here, as Michelle was saying, that's 8 feet.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I would love to go on that side. I can't. So that parking pad was put into place because it made the most sense for us. Our home is a walkout. We have a actual door right here, a door underneath this deck, and our front door, obviously our garage door, and a garage door here. So we have several entrances. This is not difficult to get to and from. It is not an imposing, it's not unusual. We lived in Otsego for 19 years. I lived in Crystal for almost all of my life. This is commonplace that we're used to and accustomed to. So, let me get back to my stuff. We take pride in our home and our neighborhood. We get back to our neighborhood and community, volunteering, like I said, at the Minnetonka Power Squadron, supporting our local kids and neighbors, the individuals that Kevin was talking about, the Johnsons who live over here that you can't see with the circle driveway, they're like family to us. Myself even testifying against the killing of Eli Hart. Mound is important to all of us, everybody. There are a few things that happened since we asked for the additional apron to be placed on our property. I'm going to kind of go through a timeline, so I apologize if this seems lengthy. We asked for this back in July by CC Concrete. The reason we asked for it was because Jameson, who lives at this house, 1700 Baywood Shores Drive, was getting a new apron put in and new asphalt, and he also was getting an extension on his driveway right here. He has a drive-through right here, the back of his house. I had a drive-through on the side of my house, to answer your question, right here, the same thing. The reason that it's there is because there is a plot drawing that you supplied that I'd asked you, because several neighbors, including the Bakers that live here, have been there for 40 years, had said there was a driveway there. When 3 Points was redesigned and redone and recurved, they took it out because the people that lived in my house at that time said, we don't need it. So lo and behold, lucky me, I don't have access to it. Would I like one here? Heck yeah, I would. I'll take it. If that's where you want to put it, right there. People drive in and out on 3 Points. They back up their trailers. There's no severe hazard. There's no strange weirdness that goes on. There is no possible way that me pulling out of here with a trailer, with a boat, is a hazard to anyone on 3 Points. There is a stop sign right here. I stop like any other lawful person does, and I make sure the coast is clear. If you want to talk about a hazard, which if you guys have been in my neighborhood, Kevin, these bushes that belong to Jameson, you can't see more than 40 feet down the road. Everybody that lives on Baywood Shores Drive and Baywood Lane, we exit out Baywood Lane every time we leave the neighborhood. He used to be on the planning committee as far as I know. So, we asked for this apron to be put in. Chris got a phone call. The morning he was going to do it, his crew was there. He had paid for a permit. It had gone through the city. It was done, and he was going to do it. He was getting ready to get the saw wet and cut the apron out. He got a phone call from Ryan and said, "You're not doing it." 1 per residence on a major road. He's like, "This isn't a major road. You're not doing it. It's how we read the code. It's how it's always been. It's how it's always gonna be." Chris got disconnected. It was a charming conversation. I contacted the city about how this was handled. I wasn't happy because I'd already paid for the permit. I'd already paid for all the time for his staff to be there, the load to be dropped off, the actual rubble to be removed. I had $2,000 put into this already. He was putting in a driveway, which he did right here. So he was kind enough and decent enough to take the $2,000 that I paid him and put it towards the $9,200 it cost me to put in a regular driveway. All the while, Jameson is adding 6 feet onto his apron. The 6 feet that was on there now took him 5 feet from this corner, 5 feet from the stop sign. He pulls out of his driveway and he is not even a half a car length away from the stop sign. I have a yellow curb, a fire hydrant, about, if you have the graphic in front of you, you can correct me if I'm wrong, about 4 feet or 5 feet. I asked the city 6 years ago, "Will you please paint this? You're out here and you're painting the corner. Will you please paint this? I am getting tired of the Johnson kids and all their little squirrely friends going out boating and parking right here. I can't get out. I can't get out of that driveway. My husband can't go to work. There's 5 cars there." I call the Orono police. They're like, "Oh, we'll go over and talk to them." They come and talk to them. The kids move the cars. It happens again. They painted it yellow for me. Jameson wanted it painted yellow because now when he backs out and for sure there's not a car there. So he loves it. So when I contacted the city manager, I had a hard time getting a hold of him. I reached out to Jason via Facebook and went, "What am I supposed to do? This is not normal for me. I'm an insurance agent. If y'all called your insurance agent and they weren't calling you back after a deer hit, you would not be happy." Jason said, "I'll tell him to get a hold of you." Finally found out from him. Jesse Dixon called me. Talked to him and he said, he talked to the city manager in between time and was told, "Your best course of action is to do a variance," which I'm in the middle of. He said, "Get a hold of Sarah." Sarah Smith is an angel. I don't know how, all you people, I mean, the girl needs a raise. She needs a lot of vacation time. She is an absolute angel. And I'm not just saying that to suck up to her. She puts up with a lot. Sarah told me that it's possible that this can be granted. The code reads, "The number and types of access drives onto major streets shall be limited to a single access unless approved by the city engineer." Unless they feel like it, it's only on major streets that only have one access. That's what the code says. This code has been changed 3 or 4 times. Sarah sent me the information. It has been changed, altered, shifted. It's not made in cement. So, I filled out the variance request the few last days of July. I went from July all the way through to September, a month later, just because of timing and how your guys' stuff works. We went to the planning committee last week. I don't have a bunch of graphics. I don't have a bunch of information for you guys because I went from being told Friday, no internet you guys didn't have. I didn't have a phone call. I didn't get anything, much to Sarah's trying. She called me from her personal cell phone, I'm pretty sure, and said, "This is what's going on." I've had 3 days to try to get my 60-year-old butt in gear and figure this out and go, this is what I got. I think this is terrible, how we've been treated. I don't think this variance request should even went through. The DOT says that is not a major road. I have an email from the DOT. I'd be happy to share it with you. I brought 8 copies. You can all have one. I also have a recorded statement from Ryan saying that my road that I live on is not a major road, nor is Dove, nor is any other small little road. So Kyle at the DOT is the West Metro manager. Kyle's like, you live on a local road. I don't know if you want those or not want those. You live on a local road, Kathy. You don't live on a major road. If I live on a local road and not a major road, then how does this legally get past your legal department, your city engineer, your city staff, and the planning committee finally goes, ha, it's not a major road. Yo, it's not a major road, it shouldn't apply to you. How does this happen? Is it because people are using their feelings instead of using what is actually code? Or what is actually supposed to be? You don't have the right to do that. This is my right, my constitutional right, to live and prosper in the city that I pay taxes in. We did receive pushback, like Sarah said. First, as I understand it, and Sarah can nod or say yes or no, we do not have to prove a hardship. That is not part of our requirements. Secondly, to change this from a class 5, which, by the way, I gave you guys options at the Planning Commission. I don't know if it's in the file because I didn't see it. This is class 5. This rock is just orange rock that Kevin is right. Across the street from his house, he looks at orange rock. The people that live across the street are in my Snowmobile Club. I know them. On the back of their house, they have another little area that they put all their stuff. It's class 5. By Sherry's house, she's flanked by a dirt driveway and another big house with a circle driveway that's dirt and another small little driveway that's dirt. Across the street from her place is a lot of them. If you go over to Kathy's house, it's the same thing. How many places in Mound have dirt driveways? You're gonna penalize me because I want a silly apron right here so I stop damaging my vehicles and so that I can increase the value of my home? How is that possible? That's not right. You're using your feelings instead of what is right. So getting back to Baywood Shores as a major street, I don't know if you want to listen to that voice recording from Ryan, because I was like, how do you say no to me or answer this question when you just arbitrarily said, not going to happen, I don't like it, I don't feel it today. If I said that to my clients, I wouldn't be an insurance agent, I'd be out of business. For the attorney for the city and the manager and the staff to say it's not allowed and that it's hazardous is not accurate. I don't know how many accident scenes, reconstructions, or anything that you guys have ever been at in your life. There is 41.6 miles of roadway that Mound is responsible for, including alleys throughout the city. There are roughly 50+ homes that use 3 Points Boulevard as their major driveway. This gentleman right here, like I told Sarah last week, love him to death, Dustin Timmons. He's an ER doctor. He can't back up a boat trailer or a snowmobile trailer to save his life. We can have breakfast. He can impede traffic. I sit there and I go, Rod, go over there and help him. No, he's got to learn on his own. Go over and help him. There's 6 cars going in both directions because we sit right here is our kitchen. And I watch it and I'm going, are you kidding me right now? He's going to save somebody's life today, but he isn't going to be able to back up that trailer. So off we go and help him. There is no possible way that us backing out of here is creating a hazard, as Matt has said. It's hazardous. It's dangerous. It's not.
Can you?
So, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
I'm almost done. I know you're watching the clock, but I waited for everybody else, so it's my turn. The speed on 3 Points is 30 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
It takes 120 feet in good conditions for a vehicle to stop. If it takes 120 feet for a vehicle to stop at 30 miles an hour, are all of these driveways and every driveway hazardous? Where do you get the qualifications to say it's hazardous? Because you feel it's hazardous? I asked for this to be yellow. There is no yellow here. You have a picture of that. The yellow stops for about 6 feet and then it is added on. I cannot, to answer your questions, can I go this way? No. Can I go this way? Absolutely not. The reason why I can't go this way or this way, there is a shutoff valve for the city water. The city water has told me, can't do it. I don't remember what the nice guy's name was, but you can't do it. Water shutoff valve. Gas valve is right here. That gas valve feeds all 4 of our houses. Can't do it. I'm in a conundrum. Can I put a mirror right here on Jameson's stop sign? I can put a traffic mirror so I can look out. Because if you go over to Kathy's house, there's a mirror that's in her area. I think it's on Inglewood. It's the name of the street that has a mirror on it. So when people back out, they can look up at the mirror and go, there's nobody coming, I can go. I'm willing to do that. It's in my cart. All I gotta do is proceed to checkout. It's $70. Other thing I've said was I will put, if you're gonna make me, which I don't want to do, because you guys don't like it's a dirt driveway, I will put these little cement, I don't know what they're called, they're at Menards, because that's where my husband shops, because he's a contractor. These little guys. They look like this.
Oh, yeah.
They look like that. The driveway is what, 10 foot by 24 feet in order to constitute a driveway or a parking pad. This is $760 worth of money I don't want to have to put out. Here's the dimensions. They're basically 24 inches by 16. Here's what they look like. Here's what they look like with large vehicles parked on top of them. Do I want to do it? I don't want to spend the extra, my quote that I got from Anchor Construction here in Mound was $2601.75. So I'm $200 into this situation with you guys, $2,600 here, $3,000 with the concrete company to put the apron in, and I still can't even back up into my own driveway. Do you see my plight? Is it a hardship? Yes, it's a hardship. I'm not able to use my personal property in the manner that fits my needs. Any questions for me?
Does council have any questions?
I do, of Sarah, and she may not know. The property across the
Just
street.
Wait for Sarah.
Oh,
Oh, Sarah,
Do you have
does
any
it tell
questions
again?
for her?
yeah.
Okay, I don't know the rules.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, do you have any questions?
I don't either, evidently.
I have some questions. So what is this driveway used for? Because I see a camper on there.
There is a camper on there right now. There's a fifth wheel on there because it goes into winter storage on October 1st. It goes up to our cabin on Mille Lacs Lake. My husband has a 1-ton truck that is a 4-door with an 8-foot bed. It is about, I think we measured is about 26 feet in length. It does not fit in that driveway that is currently here. When it does, it's right out to the actual green line. There is no way an Amazon guy who, by the way, I don't know if y'all live in an area, but Amazon, those are all people that are crazy. They back up out of this road like they're on fire. And I'm not kidding, it's scary. So you can't park it there. In the wintertime, there is a round top, which is, I'm sure you've seen, probably Kevin has. It's one of those things from Menards. It's a big tarp type of little housing thing. He backs up when he puts it in there. It's diesel. So it gets plugged in. There's electricity that comes from a shed right here over to there, and he plugs it in so that it stays warm and it will turn over.
Okay.
He goes out the back door, right out to the shed, and drives right out and goes to work.
Okay. And then you say in July, your permit was approved by the city?
When Chris from CC Concrete
Okay.
was doing my actual job, I paid him, I signed a contract from him, and he said he had all the paperwork done. All he had to do was just get paid, which I did. He came out with his whole crew, did Jameson's. As soon as he got his crew starting to cut out and do stuff, they got their tools out. Literally, Jason, they were standing there, and I had 9 guys, and I think a couple of girls, and they were ready to rip both of them out. And he got a phone call that said, you can't do 1705.
Wait, who did he get the permit from?
I don't know.
Okay, you said the city.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Whoever said, go ahead and do it.
Did we give her a permit originally and then take it back?
So a permit was issued for a driveway replacement. which,
Not the curb cut.
which was when it became evident that it was for a new curb cut, it was rescinded because it was determined to be issued erroneously.
Okay, got it.
I didn't file the permit, so I have no idea. I
Okay.
asked for an
Well,
apron.
you said the city approved it and then took it back, so I just wanted to clarify
Mm-hmm.
what that meant. With this curb cut, you're not gonna, well, you just said you're gonna not put that stuff down there, but you're just gonna leave it gravel. You're not gonna
I would love to
tar it
leave
or-
it gravel, Jason, but if y'all are gonna be like, there's a condition to this, and I want it pretty, I'm okay with doing that. I will haul somebody in and have them bobcat it out and clean it out, and then they'll put in 10 by 20, 4, or whatever is the minimum requirement, and they can put it in there. I'll put in the mirror. If you want the mirror put in too.
Okay, the reason why I ask that is because when we do improvements to the house, now this is a different potential subject, but if someone does have an old, class 5 driveway, or dirt driveway or whatever, right, there's a lot of them around town, like you said.
There's a ton of them. I drove around the last 2 weeks
But
and I'm
those
going,
people probably haven't done any major, or even minor.
I don't know, have you been to Wexford? Because there's a gentleman that lives on Wexford that just put up a $1.6 million house in 5 years ago, right across from Eric and Denise Schmidt. It's a big white house, right on the corner of Wexford. He asked for
Does he have a gravel driveway?
Sorry?
Does he have a gravel driveway?
He does on one side of his property, and he asked for a driveway to be on Wexford and not on the other driveway, and you guys said no. And then he said, well, this is what I need to do, this is the design, I'm not changing it. You guys caved, and he
When you
never
say-
changed that, he just put grass seed over the top of it.
Okay. And just so
So-
you know, most of us weren't here 5 years ago, but
Right.
us as in the city council, yes.
Yeah.
but- Okay.
You know, it could have been Ray Salazar for all I know. It was probably back in his day. I am ready to do whatever you guys, I'm here to work with you. I'm not trying to be
Well-
difficult.
Well, I'm just saying, the gravel thing, that's kind of why you put that in the code, to say if when you do improve, no, you're not really improving anything, you're just trying to get a curb cut. But I'm just saying, if you were to remodel your house or do something, we say, well, you gotta improve your driveway. Right, this is your secondary driveway, so, again, I don't think this really ties to this conversation, but I'm just saying, when you said there's dirt driveways and whatever, yes, there are. But in the future, eventually down the road, hopefully there's less of them.
So
For
here's.
the people that remodel their houses or do something to their house.
Here's my comment back to that. I asked Sarah point blank, I put a garage right here, I put a garage right here, I spend $30,000 on a house improvement and put an attached garage on the back side of that house. Am I gonna get this apron? Probably not.
If you did, if you did,
If I put a $30,000 garage in, why would I not get an apron?
Well, you'd have to put in a,
well, that would be the variance,
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, to your point of, do you have an improvement to do? If I put a $30,000 garage in, I still would have to fight to get an apron, which doesn't make any sense. Why would I put the garage in if I can't have the apron?
You wouldn't, because then you'd do what you're doing now. You come to planning, go through council, and then you'd say, okay, well, here, now I got this beautiful thing, and we'd say, well, great, but you gotta redo your driveway.
No.
You know, so, just throwing, that's what the old code says. None of us made that code, that's just
I know, and
what's
the code,
been
I didn't make
around.
the code either, but the code says a major road. It's not a major road.
Okay,
by
that's a
definition.
different thing, yes. Anybody have more questions for her at all? Did you want to say something? Okay, I thought you said something.
So-
Processing.
Maybe I'm just lost in the conversation, but can you make that straight parallel to your house rather than having it curving?
I can't, because you know what happened was, the folks that lived here before.
Yep.
And I'm sure Kevin can attest to this, there is a beautiful brown fence. It's a chain link fence with the brown striping stuff that go in it.
My favorite.
Somebody hit it, and hit it hard at some point. And it's bent right here, and to accommodate that, the fencing company, when they came in, they twisted it and they pushed it this way. So that's why there's this curve, is because there is a terrible slope that is in there. There is a retaining wall along here, which is within a couple of inches that you probably can't see of that fence, because
Yeah, that's this
I had no choice.
Right.
And I can't. If you guys want to give me permission to cut into here where it was before, I'm shaking, sorry, I'm cold. If you want to give me permission to cut right in here, because this was supposed to be a tuck under a garage. And that first, which I'm sure if you scroll through, Jesse, you would find it. There's two little arrows. And on a drawing for a plat or a drawing for a home from an architect, two arrows going up to a home and down to the street and signify a driveway access. There was two at that property, but it got taken away when 3 points was put in.
When you're done showing that arrow thing, can you explain all those other pictures that you, did
So
you
my
submit
point, those
those?
other pictures, this seems like annoying, sorry. Those other pictures that are in
You
there-
gotta talk into the thing.
I do?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
recording.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the other pictures that are in your packet are pictures of other vehicles, right there. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
See the arrows and the arrow. This signifies a driveway. This was a driveway. This was an access to 3 points, and here is the access to Baywood Shores.
Can you show the pictures and just
Yep,
talk
all the
quickly
crazy
about
pictures.
why you?
So go
brought
back
those?
to the one, Jesse, if you wouldn't mind. Wait, so, go, nope, sorry. Keep going. Sorry, I wish I could control it. I thought I would have control of it, which is why I didn't bring my laptop.
Okay, so whose yard is this?
This is my yard.
Okay.
This is my pickup truck. You guys were saying, the city engineer was saying, you can't see down 3 points. This is me, and I'm not on the curb. I am at level with where you would see the fire hydrant behind here. I am in driver's seat. I can clearly see this car coming.
Oh, there's a car
I wouldn't pull
coming,
out.
okay.
I wouldn't pull out.
Okay.
This is Redwood. I don't know if you
Got
know
it.
who Redwood is. He's a very large man. He's around Mound all the time.
Okay, let's go to the next one. So what's
This
this?
is me in my truck looking the other way. This is Jameson's house right here.
Okay.
So this is stop sign. This is where I'm saying I can put a mirror here so that when I'm in the other picture, I can look back down west.
All right, what's the next one?
This is a bad one to see. This is a gentleman who is pulling out. He lives on 3 points. This is the top of the hill when you're on 3 points and you're heading west and you're going back towards Shell gas station.
Okay.
This poor guy has to pull out at the top of the hill in very harm's way and hazardous conditions. Somebody going 30 miles an hour,
Okay,
he can't see.
all right.
But he's allowed to drive there because that's where his driveway is.
Right.
These people pull it backwards in, or do they just never move their cars? How do they get out?
Yeah.
This is a 3 points house.
Okay. And then, is there one more?
Here's another one. This person pulled in, this person backed in. You can't say that backing into a driveway is impeding. We are a boating recreational community.
Okay.
I saw 2 large boats being pulled down the road and they were impeding traffic like you wouldn't believe.
And then last one, is this a guy?
Just
back
another
there?
person who's got a driveway that they pulled into.
Okay.
Because eventually you gotta back in or pull out.
Got it. Okay.
So I
Um,
do have, just out of interesting sakes, I had the city of Orono, just so that you know that I'm extremely thorough, say how many cars go up and down 3 points.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys get these, you probably do.
well, we asked them to do that, so, yeah.
Yeah, they put their little trailer with their little thing.
Yep.
So, believe it or not, I wish the cop would have been here because I would have been like to go, who's going 54 miles an hour on that street? There's a lot of traffic that goes on 3 points that does not go unnoticed by me as a resident because I sit there, I live there.
Right.
I have a pet. I just want an apron. I
Okay.
don't think I'm asking too
So all-
much.
All you're asking for is an apron. Got it.
Right.
All right.
You guys
Okay.
painted it, Jesse painted it for me, so, or whoever at the city painted it for me.
Appreciate it.
Why would you paint it if you weren't gonna allow me to acknowledge it's a driveway?
Okay. All right.
Do I get to rebuttal after any other questions?
No, this is your chance, and that's it.
Oh, well, thanks for
If
your.
you have any other last things, say it now.
No, I don't know if I have any other last things.
Okay, all right.
So,
We'll talk about it and we'll make a decision. You have something to say?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just want to be clear that the zoning code are ordinances that are enacted by the city council that govern the use of property. What we have, and under this provision of code, we have that you can have one apron. Driveways have to be paved. If there are unpaved driveways, it's most likely that they are legal non-conforming uses, and then they'll brought up to code, you said, if there is some major work that's done. My understanding from reading the code where it talks about having one apron, it can be modified at the city engineer's discretion. That discretion has to be done with a rational basis. If there is, which is laid out in Mr. Bauman's letter, if there's a disagreement with that decision, this is the avenue where it goes down with the variance from that code provision, and then the city council will make its decision using the criteria for a variance and exercising its rational discretion. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, discussion, or unless you want to bring Sarah back up if anybody has questions, otherwise just talk with us.
Right, no, I just was gonna ask Sarah about the driveway across the street. Did they
Okay.
have a permit?
Do you want to come back up?
Did they file for a permit, or do you know? This is part of the problem, we're self-reporting for complaints, and I'm assuming someone must have called and complained, because I don't think Ryan would have been just driving around and noticed that this was going on. You see what I'm saying?
No, to be honest with you, Ryan
This is between us now. so
Okay.
just-
she directed at me.
I-
I don't know the rules, sorry, Jason.
It's fine, it's fine.
I'm just trying to keep it on track so we
I
can
understand.
get going. If you want to talk to someone, talk to her or
Yeah,
talk to us.
Okay, no, that's
Okay.
fine.
I can jump in if I may.
Yes, please.
So my understanding from Ryan is that he was called by the contractor.
Okay,
And I do believe that there was a permit across the street as well.
so he did
it was
widen
a
the driveway in
Yeah,
accordance with.
Because it was the same contractor working on both sides of
Okay.
the street.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? So can you talk about the legal non-conforming, the pavement comment you made?
Yeah, so if you find, if you have a condition on your property that exists and the zoning code has changed, you're not required to bring that property to the new zoning code. It's called legal non-conforming use.
Got it.
But in this situation, the question is, one, is it considered to be a driveway because there's no curb cut? And so once a curb cut is made, or if this variance is granted for a curb cut, you can put conditions on to bring a property up to code.
Do we have to do it right with this curb cut, or is that for the future use down the road?
Well, as part of the variance process, you can look to say, we'll allow the curb cut, and you can do it however you want to do with the driveway. That can be part of the variance.
Yeah.
So it can be the
But
variance.
we don't have to force her to tar it right now, or asphalt.
No, Ms. Sarah and I did talk about that prior to the planning commission meeting, and that can be part of the variance. The condition can be that, it doesn't, with regard to this variance allowance, you don't need to pave, or this is what you have to do. But if there's any other, I guess, other permits that are pulled for the property, major construction, then maybe we'll look,
But that would happen anyway, because if she built a garage, then we would, part of the condition of it, you'd have to potentially pave your driveway.
Yeah, but we want to
In a
make,
normal-
but the way the resolution would be drafted, just would make sure that in the future, it may have to be paved based on other work that may be done.
Okay. So this is my opinion on this thing, if you guys want to hear it. She's been using this thing for how many years? All we're doing is giving her a curb cut so she can access the property that she's already trying to do, not jumping a curb. I don't think it's a big deal. I think the other thing too is it's not a major road. It says in the code that the major road potentially is 3-point hypothetically, but this other road is not. Go around Mound, right next to ours, we have a up and down driveway, right next, between me and your houses. And it's on both roads. It's on, what road do you live off?
West Edge.
West Edge and Beechwood, right? You come up and you can go right back down. I don't know, I just think this is a common sense, just let her curb cut it and move on. I don't think it's that big of a deal, personally. but you guys can fight me on that.
No, I can be talked into it. I just, like I do want to make some comments, though. And what's our end game here tonight? Is
Well,
it to make a decision for a
no.
resolution for the future?
Well, from what it sounds like, we're gonna have to come back at the next meeting and do it on the consent agenda? Yeah.
Oh,
Just like what we did with the lid.
Okay. Should have been able to figure that out, sorry.
So the other thing too is, remember, it was 6-2 on planning.
Yep.
Planning, there are no slouches, right?
Yep.
They had a good discussion about it. And even the two, I want it to be paved eventually, but I don't think just for her to use her property. I remember talking when I was on planning, remember with you, and we would have that discussion where it's like, well, my truck doesn't fit in my garage. And I was like, well, why'd you buy a big truck? You know, you had the house before you bought the truck, you know. At the same point, it is, you know, a problem, right? Because it's like, I can't park my truck and I use it and I'm working. And so this is a problem
Yeah.
for them.
I guess the comments I wanted to make were, I like that the neighbors, I don't know if they voiced support or no one objected. They were, you know.
Well, they all signed, you saw the
They all
thing.
signed. If the
Yeah.
neighbors are, like, that's most important, that your neighbors are cool with that. I don't want to pick on your other neighbor, but like my other main point is that if it does create an issue, you know, if it's like a safety thing, backing out a boat, I get it. A lot of people have boats and their driveways are right on 3 points and it's busy. And I was honestly thinking of that one neighbor that you mentioned where the boat's like sitting 90 degrees, you know, perpendicular to the road. I mean, it's just what happens.
But we're backing off of a
I
side
know,
road. so
that's
I
what
don't-
that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
I'm
think
just
it
saying,
matters.
like, you know, there's boats that back up into every street, major road or local road, and some people need several attempts to back their trailer up. And I was actually least concerned with the material of the driveway. You know, that wasn't
Really?
a big sticking point to
Okay.
me, if it was now or later.
I think if it was a main driveway,
It
I'd be
was
a
just
little bit more
exploring all
concerned.
the options, you
If
know?
it was, if it's
Yeah.
a secondary, I'm not that concerned,
Yeah.
but if it was main.
Because a lot of people have a secondary. I mean, my neighbor's one where they have like the crushed gray rock, and I mean, it looks really nice. It looks better than a lot of people's pavement, you know?
Right.
But I guess I do want to comment on, I don't think anybody was acting on their feelings. I mean, I want to give our planning commission credit. Like you said, they do a good job. I think city staff was probably, whether it was city staff and or planning, I would stand behind them, probably just using the most caution that they thought they should, and not making any wrong decisions and doing this the right way, which leads us here.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I can be okay with it.
Do you have any comments?
Well, my gut instinct is to go with the city staff recommendation.
Yeah.
Because I think that we keep making exceptions and we're constantly, so why have ordinances? Because everyone comes and makes an exception to it. And at some point in time, we're gonna have to stop, or else we're gonna have to say, well, you know, 2 weeks from now, someone else could come in with something similar, and what are we gonna say to them? Oh, well, no, now we're gonna follow the ordinance.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
never, I
See-
always think about that too, and I've
Yeah.
never not gone with planning's recommendation that I can recall, you know, and, but I mean, that is always in the back of my head too. It's like,
But I think, you
You
know,
have to think about-
our staff has the expertise.
yeah,
They're following the ordinances that were laid out by this city government. And, you know, the question to me is, well, maybe we need to go and change the ordinance.
Well, that's the problem, and that's
You
one of the
know,
comments
I mean,
that she said was,
If we're so supporting this, then change the ordinance. Don't keep making people or the council constantly go against the rules and regulations we've established.
I mean, the point to make on that too is, you know, like this case is just as important for referencing it in the future for variances, just as we're referencing past variances now, so
but remember, like.
I agree with you too.
I don't remember all the details about the shed thing, but remember,
Yeah.
you know, I had a problem with that and I voted against it.
Yep.
But then there's other ones that have, it's like, it's 2 inches higher than the top, you know, their garage is gonna be 2 inches higher than their house. You can't even tell from the street.
Yeah.
It's like, make a common sense decision here.
Yeah.
She's trying to use her property, give her a curb cut, I don't think it's a big deal. We gotta use some common sense sometimes with government, unfortunately. Or, yes, we do need to go back and go through our code. The problem is, A lot of times we're reactive because we can't forecast a problem, you know, and all of a sudden, oh, God, I never thought of this would ever be a thing.
Well,
And
that's
then
what I
all of a
was
sudden,
thinking about the city engineer's letter too, you know, like kind of just making sure that we take every concern into consideration. I don't want to jog past that, you know, it's not people's feelings, we're just looking at every scenario responsibly. But the fact that no neighbors objected is important, you
and I
know.
would have more of a problem if it was the other main road, even though the plat says that that's where it was originally
Yeah.
supposed to go or something, but
Yeah, I'm
I don't know.
okay with it.
What do you think?
My only comment is I'd like to see it move so it's further from the corner, which would resolve the issues that everyone else seems to be having.
So it was straight?
Right, so it's straight. You know, I don't know if that's viable. It sounds like it isn't, but I don't really know. I haven't looked at it physically. Like, in other words, have it go right like this.
Right.
Because that would put it over here and make everybody happy. It's a little further away from the curb, you know. Plus, it might be easier for her to manage if it's straight rather than curved. I don't know. I don't back a boat trailer up. I'm gonna be the first to confess.
How do you put a verbiage for make it more straight?
That's my technical term for it. Make it more straight.
Just give a distance from the end of the lot.
Oh, you measure it out?
I
So
don't
many
know,
feet-
just-
so many feet
that's
from
my
the
best
end.
guess, that's Sarah's court.
Just make it go.
Oh, so-
Sorry, I
so-
can't touch it.
That's what I
So
was
it's not
thinking,
that-
it's close to some stuff.
So that's right here, which alleviates these issues. Sorry, I know everybody can't see what I'm
Okay,
pointing
I
at.
just for a point of clarification,
Where's that?
what the council member is talking about is that it goes, from the back goes straight, and instead of curving the way it does, it goes straight towards the street.
Right.
So it's perpendicular with the house.
It's right here, babe. Here's the yellow. Sorry.
I'm just trying to compromise the yellow
I
line.
appreciate that.
Like, if this can go this way, it puts it further from this issue over here and the fire hydrant, you know. I just don't know. The terrain here, I don't, you know, obviously.
See, we're getting into
The
stuff we're
reason
not
that it's that way
engineers.
is the gas line.
See,
was-
we're getting into
was-
engineering
Michelle.
and road layout and.
Why don't you come up and, just real quick,
I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. When,
No,
We
it's,
gotta accommodate everything.
yeah,
it's gotta be,
When
we're
we-
videotaping this too.
sorry, Jason. When we bought this property and all these trees were here, we had contacted the city and the gas company and said, this is our goal. And they said, the gas line comes in off of the main road, it takes a sharp turn, and it goes to here.
Okay.
It then elbows back down and it accommodates. There's a icky spot on the road, because Tom Kelly had an issue with his gas thing. So they had to rank into all of this just to get here. So they redirected it.
So can you make it straight or no?
I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right.
All right, sorry.
Are you okay with the curb road or not?
Well, it's not ideal, but, you know, there's nothing we can do about it, evidently.
Again, I just think it's common sense, give a curb cut. Yeah. So, anyway, we need to give kind of, I guess, a vote or a motion to staff. Okay. So, are you for it? Do you want to make a motion, or do you want me to make it?
I don't care, I wasn't for it, I mean, like I said, I was talked into it just based on the neighbors, you know, being okay with it, and there's busier roads that boats are backed out on too, so.
Okay, I'll make a
I
motion.
can make a motion, I don't know what it,
I'll make a motion to allow the curb cut and for staff to bring back a recommendation for consent agenda for approval of the curb cut with no conditions.
Let's
The
do
variance.
this, and we'll do motion to direct the city planner and city attorney to draft a resolution for the, granting the variance.
Okay, I cancel my previous motion.
with no conditions or with?
Well, I don't,
We're not making it straight.
yeah,
Can't
I'm-
do it.
I don't think- yeah, I think the only condition that we talked about was that you'll allow, the variance is also gonna include the ability not to pave, we can keep it as is, right?
Yeah.
And until such time,
If there's-
that we'll come up with some verbiage. Until such time that other construction or,
Yeah, if she adds on to the house or builds a garage or a big shed, then yes, you might need to pave it at that point, or whatever.
okay.
Is that?
Yeah, I mean,
doable?
yeah, because the resolution's gonna capture it. The motion
Okay.
is just to draft that resolution granting the variance.
Okay, I don't want to drag this out, but then the conditions would be that for future permits, like a shed or something, then paving would be probably required.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like the longest motion ever.
All right, so do you want to say that again? or-
Okay, so we'll just say, it's, because the details will be in the resolution that's brought back.
Okay.
I would say, it's a motion to direct the city, the director of community development and the city attorney to draft a resolution to grant the variance for the curb cut and for not improving the driveway area until other improvements are made on the property. Stop it there, and then we'll have the details in the resolution that fall in line with what you're thinking of.
Okay, so that's my motion, and the address is 1705 Baywood Shores Drive, planning case 2509. I got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Did you say aye?
No, I said, I didn't say it loud enough.
Okay.
I'm in agreement, I say aye.
Okay, so three to one.
Sorry.
Alright. So we'll come back and it'll be on the consent for 2 weeks from now? Okay. Does that make sense? Okay, so the three of us said yes, we're gonna, but it still needs to come back on the next meeting, whatever date that is, the 23rd.
In 2 weeks.
So it'll be on the consent agenda. Now, someone can still pull it from the consent agenda and we can still discuss it and decline it or approve it. But all things going great for you, it would be approved and then done deal, 2 weeks from now. But again, it's not a done deal if it's on the consent.
Yeah,
so.
and if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
As we know, the resolutions for this have to be in written form.
Yeah.
And so there was. Yeah, to create the record, and the findings of fact. And so the reason why we didn't have a resolution in front of you because of the differing opinions of both the staff and the planning commission recommendations. So it is not, in normal fashion that we do, you have a discussion, you vote on bringing a resolution back in 2 weeks for the next council meeting to have on the consent agenda.
Right. Okay. So just work with Sarah, and then you might want to come 2 weeks from now. So, thank you. All right. Number 9, we got approved resolution 2575, authorization plans and specs to award bid for the water treatment plant improvements, well 9.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Matt Baumann, city engineer. So, yeah, before you tonight, we're asking for authorization to bid the Well 9 project, which is actually the third phase of the state granted money for the 10.3 million. So I got some numbers in the letter there. Kind of the budgeted amount for the well work is 1.85 million. Our current estimate is 1.2, a little over 1.2 million, and give and take on how some of the money is being split between the different projects, but we should be well within the budget. So we're just looking for authorization to bid. I'll comment now that number is also probably higher than what you're going to see when we come back, because we're discussing there's 2 wells to be abandoned with this piece of the project too. And one of them we're actually going to recommend not to abandon first because of the aquifer that it taps into and some risk management strategy that it provide the city in the future. And so that'll bring some of that cost down, that we save that for later. So
That part's not like a now or never thing. It's like you're just saying, don't do it now.
Yeah, so basically because you have a well that taps into a certain aquifer, it gives you a right to tap a new well into that same aquifer and at a better location, closer to the plant potentially if we needed it, say 20, 30, 50 years in the future. But if we abandon it now, we lose that right to do that.
Just so everybody knows, this is the well up by
3 points.
This one that we're
Oh, yeah, so the
drilling.
new well
Yeah,
goes, by the water treatment plant site at Sorbo Park.
Silver Bar, yeah.
The wells to be abandoned are up of 3 points tucked up. Yeah, just like a block in there.
Yeah, okay. And so, again, this is part of the 10.3 million that we got from the state of Minnesota. And we got it in 24, and then we unlocked, no, we got it in
Yeah, we
23, and then locked
23,
in.
we had to change the language.
Then we locked in
Got it
24.
Yep.
And so this, again, this is the well we're drilling no matter what, and then we're gonna tie into the current, well, we don't have a treatment plant.
Into
but
the new- yeah,
Into the
into-
eventual new treatment plant, but even if we don't do the treatment plant, it's still good that a new well is gonna come online for purposes of serving Mound with water, so. So, yeah, and then you guys are just going out for bid, and so when we get that back, we're hoping for the 1-2 number? Or we're?
It'll
thinking-
likely be less than that because of what I just talked about with that
Okay,
other well.
Perfect.
Yep,
Okay,
and,
good.
awesome.
We'll get some good
Significantly
bids
less,
then.
I think.
Yeah. All right, any questions for him? All right, do we got a resolution? Okay, does someone want to make that motion?
I hear Kevin likes to read these.
Oh,
I don't know if he likes to read them, he just only when it does. You want to read it, go ahead.
No.
All right, I think that's my cue.
All right,
I'll make a motion for a resolution receiving plans and specifications and ordering advertisement for bids for the water treatment plant improvements, well, number 9, resolution 2575.
all right, got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, that passes,
Thank
thanks.
you.
All right, number 10, we're skipping until next week, and then number 11, this is just the council of priorities checklist check-in. I think last year we did this in July. Can you go kind of as big as you can on that? So I'm gonna try to read it from here. So, basically what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna try to go fast, because the last time I did this, I think it took 2 hours. Can you just highlight as we go? Just say green is like done?
Yeah,
and
can we
then-
update this, like, just so when we look at it next, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
or- Okay.
I have the highlighted version on my computer, but I didn't give it to him, and I don't have my computer. So water funding, again, work with State Rep. Myers and Senator Jonathan Stewart to get more funding. And again, that's ongoing, so I think I would maybe, let's just do yellow, because we're still working on it. Well, just do that one section. Well, hold on, maybe the whole thing is yellow. Work with federal elected reps to get money. Now, that one, it actually, we only thought we were gonna apply for 3, we actually applied for 15. And we just heard back, right before the last meeting, that we only got, we're only in the bill for 1 million now. So, do you wanna put just a little thing and just say, in bill for 1 million? And assuming our federal government votes on this September 30th, or by September 30th, and doesn't do a continuing resolution or something, hopefully we'll find out soon. This was kind of the point of, I guess, me and then with the finance committee too, that we were thinking about, is there a way that we can fund this thing on our own? And I thought, we need to have a serious discussion. I know we did back in July. We had, invited everybody out. We're at the tent and Spirit of Lakes, and we said, hey, come on out, put on Facebook. We had 7 people show up. So we're still trying to fight for this. At the same point, I still think, and we're coming back, next week with a resolution for the study, utility study? Okay, so next week, or 2 weeks from now, we're gonna potentially approve the study. And then once we get the study back with the utility study, then we'll be able to see, okay, what does this look like for each resident if we ended up going ahead and passing this on our own, or should we just keep waiting for money from other people? So State of the Water meeting, March, that's green, we did that. We do that every March, and again, we just do / we did one in July, just so we kind of remember that, July 22nd. Update in every newsletter, so I said this last time, I think there was 10 out of 12 newsletters since I've been, in this spot. And so 10 out of 12, we reference, our update, the water, whatever. And then this last newsletter, we just put that in there, so I think it's 11 out of 13 now. Maybe just put 11 out of 13. Well, this isn't 2025. 11 out of 13 in the last 2 years.
That's kind of done, right?
So I would say, yeah, we're ongoing, we're always doing
great,
that.
yeah.
That'll be done. The fourth quarter, we'll put it in there too. Look for savings, watch for spending. So again, we're on top of that. Jesse, it's a constant discussion if, what they're buying, what they're doing. Every meeting, remember, we're going through what they've spent. So I would call that good, green. And then this we'll talk about 2 weeks from now, stay on the long-term financial plan for 2025. Budget committee to review. We'll have more on that in 2 weeks when we have to make a decision by the end of September, and that's our only last meeting. So hopefully we agree on something next meeting. Preliminary budget, there you go. So whatever we decide to set the levy at the 9/23 meeting is the highest we can go. We can always come back lower by December in our final meeting. Communication, so website, we did get the new website for 2025. That looks great. We're still working out some of the kinks. Again, Maggie's gone now, but she got it pretty much done by the time she left. Posting weekly creative updates. I know Jesse has taken this over since Maggie. I'm sure you love that. But anyway, I still see it happening, so that's good. Facts about Mound, updates about, in the next one too, Meet the Staff Tuesday. I just saw one the other day. They're, I think good to get the message out there, who these are. Explore Minnesota, did we ever get on the website? I know you were talking about that.
Well, I think, I'm not sure if we're on the website or not. I get the invitations
Okay.
for the meetings, I guess.
We're on?
We've never,
We're working on it.
yeah.
Okay.
You're on, yeah.
Okay, so just put yellow, we're still working on getting on their website for Explore Minnesota. Newsletter, park feature, so we work with Joanna Kahn to put a park feature in either all or most of the newsletters. So that's green, because we keep doing that. And then council updates, we're putting that in there, and then police fire, we're putting that in there too, so that's ongoing, we're doing it. Digital newsletter, I think that has to be yellow. We're not quite to the push level of, we don't have everybody's emails and stuff, but we're trying to push more data, more information to people so they are informed. Okay, parks, Lost Lake Commons, so remember that we did this back in January, February, whatever. So finish phase 2, again, I think our goal was, we don't want to look at a dandelion park for the next 3 years, so let's just get it done and do it. So finish phase 2 for 2025, I would call that good. And then the phase 3, we did kind of pivot on that a little bit. So I would maybe write a note that we're putting, the art walk and the phase 2.5, we're going to focus on that for 2026, but potentially that could be phase 3 or, the last phase of this park hypothetically.
We haven't agreed to an art walk, though.
No, art walk
that's
is,
like
We need to come up with a different.
You could just call it work on phase 2.5, because it was the air walk, the fire pit, and then a bunch of other stuff.
right. So I'd say over the winter, let's try to get phase 2.5 or whatever, 3, whatever we're gonna call it. I called it 2.5, so we better keep 2.5.
Yeah,
Keep that,
just want to stay consistent.
working on over winter, so we're ready to go for the spring, for the new year. If, what the Arlet Walk is gonna look like if we're doing fire pits or, whatever we're doing. And then, so then just put yellow on that part, on the half of it.
We are keeping it on schedule, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, again, 3 was 2026. And I know if you, in the past, the phrase was phase 3 in the future.
Right.
It wasn't 2026 specifically, but my point with, especially this park is like, let's just get it done. Like, why are we just dragging this thing out? That was my problem with the Surfside too.
Yep.
Is like, we did this master plan, and then it's just like, but we never had money, and it's like,
Right.
are we doing this or not? Because if we're not, let's just get it off the list and say, well, this is what your park looks like. So that's not what we want. We want to finish this thing. Okay, Lost Lake Commons, adding Andrews Sisters Trail. I know you guys have talked about that in parks,
But
right?
we have to go to the county
Okay.
and get them to move on extending the
So-
trail.
So we'll put that as a yellow, and then the parks, you guys are gonna continue working on it?
Mhm.
Okay. Wayfinding trail signs, so this is actually, I would say, yes, we just approved that, right, in our last meeting. Now, signs with local businesses, work on design, sign, I mean, that's the wayfinding trail signs is what we just did in the last, so I think that's the intent of what we're talking about. So I would say that that's done, or it's gonna be done. We voted on that. Grant opportunities for age-friendly city grant. Do we
Do
get?
you with that?
We actually there is a group that met at Gillespie that's interested in pursuing the designation as age-friendly city.
Okay.
And so they're supposed to meet again this September and talk about next steps
Okay.
that they bring.
So really because you're the liaison,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna leave it in on
Sure.
your lap, so if, you need anything from us, let us know. And then event coordinator position, so we did kind of talk about that, and actually, I think was at the first August meeting, we gave approval. Of course, it's probably too late for this year, obviously, but
Right, but the
But-
framework is there.
the framework is there for next year, so I think we probably got to put that as yellow, like the framework's there, but we got to fine tune it over winter to get that ready to go for events next year in the park,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's accurate.
again, the parks, Joanna, she came up to
Yeah.
and asked us to do, more events and stuff, and then we had our attorney work on it, go back and forth.
We passed the resolution.
We passed a resolution, so
Yeah,
the
with the
framework is
policy.
there. I think we're gonna fine tune it over the winter.
So we're not talking about add to staff, we're just talking about creating
Well,
a plan.
my point with putting commission parks member
Okay.
is
All right.
really her. I mean, she was the one who volunteered to do it.
Okay.
So if she wants to take it on, then that's, her time, obviously, but it's free, right?
I just want to
It's
make sure
not-
we're clear
it's
on
not
that.
a-
Okay.
But we were looking at an intern, or, I think originally it was like, how do we add, like, a parks person, right? To our staff, and it's just, we don't have enough money.
Have money, right.
So that's why I was like, if we can get more volunteers from, whether it's parks or intern, or
Sure.
one of us wants to take it on. She decided to take it on, so that's great. And
Okay.
so hopefully next year we can kind of expound on that. So like when we do this in January again, and we say, okay, what do we want for next year, or, 2026? This should be a big thing that we talk about is, she does 3 events in the summer, or 4, or, in our new park,
Right.
the point of the park, Look into each park use, we talked about this earlier, but this is, we're gonna talk about this in the workshop,
Right.
next week. 2
And
weeks
just so
ago.
everyone's on the same page, I don't know what Kathy's been doing, but I've worked on building out a strategy that I'll get over to Jesse by the end of the week so that it can be sent out to everyone.
A strategy, meaning,
Around parks, the overall strategy about what we can possibly do as a council to make sure we've got it budgeted for, financials, improvements, long-term strategy.
For material for the next workshop?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So with workshops, half the time we come and they just give us the paperwork, the stuff,
Right.
right? And then the other half, I think it's just an agenda, right? It's just like, high level.
Well, can we get the strategies ahead of time?
Can we do that ahead of time?
Right.
Yeah, it would just be posted like a packet like normal.
And
It'll be
I
public
sent Jesse
information.
definitions of different types of parks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, I
So
think,
that
yeah, I
everyone
mean,
can
I've
have
just
it.
put it out in a Word document, but we'd PDF it, and then Jesse could add, or maybe I won't PDF it, and Jesse can add a comment at the top that this is a discussion.
Well,
You see what I'm
just
saying?
caution, because
Yeah,
what happened
I
last
know.
time, remember, you're one person out of all
I
five of us.
understand that,
So if you
right.
throw something out there, I don't know, I'd almost keep it more high level,
Yep, it is.
because we might all say, well, what are you doing?
No, I know, and that's why this is laid out more as a discussion,
Okay.
agenda type
Okay.
situation.
Well, I put a lot of disclosures on
mean,
there.
yeah.
That this is a workshop, this
Yes,
is a
correct.
conversation piece.
Especially if he's going to post it, on the website or
Yeah.
out in public, yes.
Otherwise,
I
you
do
might-
not want to have a repeat of the last
well,
event.
and maybe we say, again, when you send out the workshop alert, we need to be more specific on, write a paragraph of what we're actually discussing, and maybe you got to work with the two council members on framing that. Exactly.
Whatever you want to put on there, we can do.
I'll work with Jesse.
Okay, so parking lot resurface, I know, I just talked to you a couple weeks about that. Are we getting close on that, or?
We're working on it.
Can it be green?
Because I'm trying to get it done this year.
So if you want to do something now, I would recommend just like sealing it, fog sealing it.
Okay.
And once we're done with all the Lost Lake Commons work, then we would look at maybe resurfacing.
So I wanted to make it look nicer, because it doesn't look nice. So what does fogging do?
So that basically turns it black and kind of reseals it, so it'll look like kind of what we did around City Hall here.
Does that look nice?
Did you do that last year?
Like seal coat?
I wouldn't
It's a
waste
seal
money.
coat.
Like a seal coat?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
It'll look nicer.
It'll look nicer.
Otherwise, you're talking about repaving. But how much that's going to be a lot more money?
That's quite a bit more.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't want to do that because we use that lot to access the park to do all the other work, so
Yeah,
any kind of construction work that happens in there, if we resurface it,
construction
repave
trucks
it,
come
then
out
they're
there.
gonna kind of scuff it all up and
So-
it's not gonna look nice again. So,
Well,
So
there's
we
no
should-
point to fog it if we're going to redo it.
We just have to be patient.
right,
Yes.
that's what.
Yeah.
that's what
Okay,
I
so,
recommend.
Well, I think it also would depend on when,
weren't we going to combine this with another deal?
but,
well, probably phase 3, depending on what phase 3 is.
No, I'm saying, like you said, we'll wait till the fall, because we're going to
We-
combine it with another job in
We
town.
had talked about possibly doing it with, I think the work on 3 Points, and then,
wasn't the electrical work?
no, just with
No,
other
road.
road work when you got
Road
crews in
work,
town. But, so now we've been talking about it as a staff, and we can make it look nice. I mean, we're not gonna destroy it by driving across it just now. It's just a matter of doing an actual resurface before doing more work across it is.
So are we talking about Lakeshore Drive and the parking lot, or are we talking just about the parking lot?
I was specifically just talking about where the farmer's market sits.
Okay, because Lakeshore Drive really is messy
Well, that's another problem.
too, but,
When's that on the schedule?
So Old Shore, are you talking about Old Shoreline?
Or Shoreline, yeah.
That's actually it for reconstruction for next.
yeah,
For this next year?
Yeah, for 2026.
Okay.
That's good. That's
Well,
good timing.
Let's
Yeah.
say when you do that, why don't we hopefully combine that
Mhm.
with a repave, not a fog? Is that?
If
Yeah,
the
so
timing's right.
Then we come
right.
back to, because we still have the future,
Mhm.
Lost Lake, I don't know how far,
Mhm.
how 2.5 and like the shelter are, kind of in.
But why do they have to destroy everything driving over it?
Because of the weight of the
They just
equipment.
need to, they're gonna be turning equipment around, they gotta drop a lot of stuff off, especially when they're gonna build that shelter. They're gonna-
yeah.
They're gonna want a spot where they can lay down, just beams and different materials.
My point is, I wanted our downtown to finally look good and just move on from that. And that's what we were talking about earlier this
You want
year.
it to look good, but you've got to stage it. And those driveways are probably the last work done. Because he's saying,
I get it, I get
they've
it.
got to haul in all that stuff.
I,
You know what I would like to add, though, is when we're looking at the street and the parking lot and the park, that we look at potentially solar lighting systems for all of that. And that the lighting would go all the way up to Commerce, you know, so it would be consistent.
All right, well, I'm not gonna get my way on this, I
Yeah.
don't think so. My point is, I think farmer's market, I want them to have a nice new pad.
Yeah.
I want that to match the new beautiful park and the concrete walkway that we would just put in, and what we're about to do this fall. And I don't know, just, you know, I hear comments and people talk to me, and they're like, it's like World War III going through your town, you know, seriously. And, you know, yes, we did the sidewalks, and now we just got the, you know, all the new roads, which is like, looks beautiful. And it's just like, let's just finish this last thing and be done with it. So, fine, let's just move, do you want to just say we're gonna have to move to 2026? Or do you have any?
I mean,
things
I think that would be, if it's an actual resurface, then it would have to be at this point. For what it's worth, the scope of the park and what we thought we were maybe gonna get done for 2025, when we were talking about it in January, it was a little bit different than when we were talking about it in
Right.
June. So I mean, I think that plays a little bit of a part in it. I mean, and then to Matt's point, I mean, I guess maybe over the winter we'll have a better idea of what phase 2.5 looks like, and maybe this is more feasible for the
Okay.
spring. And you know, so I guess I'm trying to be glass half full for you too here on this one, because I think there's always options.
Okay, I'm just like, you know, we get the calls, we get the emails, you know, and I think people wanted to see it done. I mean, the dandelion field is looking better, right? And we're getting there.
Even better next year.
It's gonna be better next year, and then we can finish this parking lot, farmer's market's gonna be happy. And then that takes us to the next, so why don't you just push that, just say, going to punt to 2026, or whatever you wanna say. Move to 2026.
Align with the timeline for Leslie, phase 3.
Yeah, well, and so this, ice rink in the winter, I mean, again, that goes with the one on top. If we did that, you wanna, you know, have a nice area to put it on.
Yeah, that's yellow.
Again, in the workshop, there was a talk about a playground downtown. Again, art walk. I think playground was next, right?
I would hope so. We've got how many
Yeah.
other playgrounds?
So why don't you just
around the
say,
city?
I don't know if
I
you want to
think the
delete it
thing
or-
that was
or-
brought back was the
Yeah,
splash park.
perfect. Well, the splash park, remember, is very, very, very expensive.
I know, I'm not in favor of it, but I thought that there was somewhat of a positive. And, you know, an
If we had a lot of
inquiry
money,
that look
I'd
at.
love a splash park. When I drive by Wayzata, and there are people playing on there every day in the summer,
Yeah,
but, you know, a lot of money, right? So, we just can't do that. Okay, so, and then, you know, hour walk, whatever, right? Discuss and join, so we did, right, that we did that in, or, well, we did part of it in May. And we could do more, you know, over the winter. Mound Depot, we did, that was your deal.
Yeah, can I talk on that for a second? I think we should leave it yellow. I mean, we do have, there is budget already set aside for it in, forget if it's Parks or Public Works
It's
or
in
whatever,
Parks.
but, okay. But it's not detailed, like if we're gonna give Parks and Open Spaces kind of direction on, like, I feel like it needs to be more specific. Like when
What
we
do we
met as a
want?
finance committee last time, I wanted to bring to our next council workshop of the budget as a whole to outline the depot improvements, like inside and out, you know, what, inside and outside, like cosmetic improvements and then some of the internal stuff that was already planned. I think it's kind of spelled out on some of the equipment, but it's really vague. So it doesn't really give parks anything to, like, what exactly should we do with whatever amount of money? So I feel like we can't make that green yet, but
It was
it's,
part of the 2025 budget?
It's in for 2026. There's
Oh,
Mound
for
Depot
2026, okay.
improvements
Yeah.
in the budget for 2026, but it's not clear on what it should
Those
be.
aren't.
There was
Yeah.
one suggestion that we do the skating at Surfside, because the depot has the
Oh, the
restroom
basement, yeah.
facilities, and you could, merge those two.
But to that point, we should say, this is to cosmetically improve the outside of the building, or the roof, or the siding, or the patio, or if it should be internal, like with the kitchen equipment or whatever.
The other thing is,
Then we
weren't
need
you
to spell it
thinking
out.
about like re-envisioning the use of it too?
Just making it better, yeah.
Making it better, like, so people want to come there more often. A rental fees are,
Well, do we know
Get the
how
most out of it
often,
that we can.
how how often is it used now?
I think it
Is
gets
it-
used more than I thought it did, and I was kind of
Weekends.
off
Yeah.
base there, but I mean, if it can get used more and look better, I mean, it's like our,
So are people
our premier parks.
renting it out, is it rented out most weekends in the summer, spring?
Yes, in the summer it is.
I just think it'd be
Winter, not so much.
cool to give parks a detailed,
Right.
here's what we should do for it to get the
Well, why
most
don't we
out of it.
have Parks imagine that? That's what they're good at.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys-
but have a number on the budget, like
Here's
here's
the
what-
number.
Yeah,
Here's we need to
Yeah.
do this or that, but then, big picture, how do we get more usage in the winter? Or, do we do a nice skating rink in the winter?
and just with
We
some
do.
other moving parts in the budget, I think there's room to put a little bit more money to it than what is set there right now, but that's just like a future workshop thing.
So can you get our liaison maybe some data on like usage and then just put that as agenda item for the next Parks meeting? So that they can chat specifically about this line item. And here's a budget for next year. And then, again, in our next council meeting, 2 weeks from now, you want to
Mhm.
chat about
Yep,
maybe your ideas or like big picture and then give more direction
sure.
to them? So,
Kind of want to, just learn on what they're already working on and doing and
They
see what
meet
else
this week
they think is most important.
on Thursday.
If I think, paint
Can I-
is
can I
more
interject?
important than
Yeah, yeah.
So what specifically, we'll have our admin gather information, like how often it's rented, or what are you looking for?
Yeah.
could you do like the last, like year to date or like the last year, like what
Well, we can do a monthly breakdown, it would
Yeah,
probably make
monthly,
more
uh,
sense. Okay.
was rented for this much and then also this many days or this, and then maybe month by month, we can see.
It'd be good to know if it's weekends mostly or weekdays.
weekends.
Okay.
Summer weekends.
Starts at graduation season and ramps up from there,
People are
doesn't it?
renting it out a year in advance for
Cool.
those.
Right,
Oh, wow. Okay.
yeah.
Does it have a fireplace? Okay.
Well, that's the other thing too,
Don't
like,
start that.
could it be, this is probably not gonna happen, but like a, teen center, like, put some couches in there
Oh,
and they
good
can
God.
play. Again, maybe not bad, but just, I'm not the creative one, but like
Yeah.
have parks deal.
Yeah,
like,
that's kinda
think-
the point I
Think
wanted
outside
to
the box of what,
Bring it up, yeah.
right. All right, code enforcement, rental unit codes, enforcement, planning, unless Eric left, but.
I haven't heard any more on that, have you?
Yeah, we've been kind of quiet on that. Is there any
what
updates
now?
from you on?
I can't remember where we left it off. I'll have it, I don't know, Jesse, if you know, but
Well,
All
we
right.
have, there's a draft I think we probably need to bring to a workshop, which we could do in October. I mean, I foresee it as, 923 spoken for, so, that's one you just wanna slate for first or second meeting in October, and then we could talk about it and something we could do over the fall or late fall for 26 or something. I mean, I guess it'll depend on when you want to do, assuming it gets passed, when you want to do licensing and with some coordination with Safeco. But first thing's probably to bring it back in its draft form.
And this is just for rental units to make sure.
Long-term.
Long-term rental units, not,
it still does not allow 30 days or less of short-term rentals.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all, it incorporates that part of the code. This is just placing on residential leases and residential, that rentals in residential areas, a permit application or permit requirement.
I think where we left it off was that the consensus was, unanimous that we did want to move forward with it.
to look, at least look into it.
We left it at
It's
that,
on the
yeah.
licensing and multi.
We were gonna like look at best practices from other cities that already have a code and just kind of make our own.
Yeah, well, I think that's how I developed the draft of the ordinance. And maybe if we go into October, that'll give us some time as a staff to talk about it too, to make sure that we're okay with it, because I think we've stepped away from it long enough. It may be time to,
Like maybe we should say second meeting in October.
Well, we have the budget next 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to, is that gonna be on time for you, or second meeting, would that be better?
It'll be fine, I think.
Okay. All right. And then the second B is if a project is approved, keep moving it forward. That just means, you know, if you got an approval for a remodel of whatever, how do we keep, and I think we already kind of got the answer on that, right? That we don't have a lot of bite on that, right?
and which one?
Well, I'm just thinking like if a developer comes and they're like,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
there's not a lot we can do.
Right, we talked about its entitlements versus,
Yeah.
yeah, we went through that already.
Okay, so we should call this, yeah, do you want to green or strike through it or both? Just because we talked about it, but there's nothing we can do. Yeah, there we go. Mound Citizen of the Year.
need
Pretty
to
sure we put that in the
advertise
last one there, did we?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I have one in my mailbox.
One so far?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. And of course, it had her name on there before, so hopefully they're
Yeah,
not.
they make it away.
Anyway, as you talk to people, see if anybody wants to do a submission for, by the end of the year. So I would just say, you know, green, I mean, we're doing it.
Can that be an organization or just an individual? I guess I can go look that up, but.
Uh,
I think we want individual. don't
We wanted individual last
Okay.
year, I mean, we kind of.
Yep.
Okay, tree lighting ceremony, we're doing that this year. Walk-through light display. So I know Public Works did a really good job last year on this,
They
but
did.
with Ryan and the crew, you're gonna give them some, or maybe I can meet with them too.
I'd say earlier the better.
Okay. But I mean, can you talk and just say, hey, Ryan and Dustin, start thinking about this? Because I know last year was a little struggle at the end, even though we've been talking about it for a whole year. So, and then can we rent those fire pits from Mantrista or whoever we borrowed them from last time?
Yep.
I think they let us borrow them. I want, kind of the same setup, and I think we were hoping to put Santa farther.
Oh,
down
Santa at the gazebo.
At the gazebo, so then people have to walk through there, and maybe don't put all the fire pits
Yeah, because
blocking
then
people
Santa
from
was
walking.
right by
but-
the parking lot last time. It'd be nice to,
Yeah.
do like,
You
have
have
a
to
line
go-
of kids down the
Yeah.
thing, yeah, that'd
Right.
be cool.
So can you, and then obviously WCC, I know did you just talk with them this week, or was that next week?
Thursday.
Thursday.
This coming Thursday.
Maybe if you can chat with them, just saying, because I know they're the ones that put on the Santa part. Anyway. And then get the word out. We need to, you know, I would say put on Facebook soon. Maybe Kathy can do a graphic and just say, hey,
Save the date.
save the date.
Yeah.
Yep. Can you remember to do that? And I'd do that a few times, right, by the time? The next newsletter won't come out until November.
Should be right away in November.
So we're gonna throw that in there, do a save the date, and we can maybe do it like a big page or something.
And the
like a whole
fire
page.
department is still gonna do their rotation. throughout
I
town.
think so. Yeah, they did that last year, right?
What's that?
Or no, they didn't do the drive-through thing last year. They canceled that.
That's right.
They just
yeah.
were at the park.
Yeah, 2 years ago they did it,
Mhm.
so I don't know, think they're gonna do that anymore. Customer service is always top priority for all residents, absolutely. Green, we're doing that. Mound is open for business, green, I think all of us, but I know I'm talking to people all the time about that. Jesse, and Sarah reach out, I know you did try to reach out to some of those, I have as well, a little bit. I know Langdon is, that property over there is still for sale. U-Haul, I know I was talking to her, trying to get her to do that. Downtown, the whole area, any news on Charleston or anything? Or- Okay.
No, nothing.
So
nothing
we're ready.
concrete.
People want to bring stuff in front of us.
Do we
I would-
know what's happening with the old vacuum cleaner store?
Got a new roof.
Yep,
I mean-
it's
Saw that.
it's called Soda Golf.
Okay, he's doing the golf thing
It's
in
an
there?
indoor golf simulation thing.
Okay.
And so, yeah, they did get a new roof. Walked by it a few times, they're starting to build out a little bit in there. I haven't talked to them, but sounds
Okay.
interesting. Shop local, we're still doing that. I guess just for us, as we're shopping local ourselves, if you see anybody that doesn't have a thing on their window still, like I know every time I go into Jubilee or go out, it's still there, right?
Yeah.
But like if you see something, just maybe grab a new sticker and go give it to them if it fell off or something. I think this was yours, Herrick, but I don't think we were doing this right. We were gonna kind of just,
I think holding off till we do a little more cleanup and
yeah. I would
strengthening
just
infrastructure.
strike it through and,
What is that now?
And
The-
then also waiting on the website to be developed out so that we could create a page. And We're
the
not there yet.
development, the Economic Development Committee. We still have that out there as, like a planning
As a to-do,
committee, but-
sure.
But we're not doing any action on that this year. That's already done. Adopted drain is done. Introduce, we already did that, introduce in February, so we're good there. Spirit Lakes, we did that. Work with the board, I've been doing a lot of that, as well as you guys as well.
Do we have anybody?
This one, just so you know, I did talk to them. I would probably cross that off just because they're kind of the point that they said is, if you want to join, please join. We'd love to have you, more the better. But we want you to join because you're really ready to go.
Excited,
Not because
right.
the Mound City Council said
Do
we
it.
have to put a rep on there. So I think that's a dead deal. Unless, again, if someone wants to do it and they're like, "Yeah, I'm really into Spirit of Lakes," they're looking for people always. Staying with Oro, yes, we're done on that. Social worker
Well,
came
when-
this year.
When are we going to talk to Spirit of the Lakes about maybe moving part of their celebration to
Don't do it.
Lost Lake Commons?
I mean, part of it is maybe maybe next year if it
If
looks
it's done.
more done, then maybe. I mean, I can chat with her about it too.
Yeah.
Depending on the 2.5, right, and,
Mhm.
if we're,
Well, at least having that sort of conceptual conversation, and maybe it's not that next year, 26, but in 27,
right,
and what does that look like?
yeah, I'll chat with her. Joint powers agreement, this is an ongoing thing, and just so you know, an update if we haven't told you recently, is both of the fire, what are they called, the utilities?
Fire departments.
Relief.
Relief.
The relief associations, both have their own pension, payout things, right? And they don't talk to each other well. In other words, one's better and one's not. And so we're trying to reconcile if there's a way to bring that into one plan. And so the fire commission, you were there with me. We did talk a little bit about that, so more to come on that. Really, that's kind of the big stick in the mud right now. And then after that, then it's still, we haven't agreed on a framework for budget per se. So that would be the next issue. We were originally trying to get this kind of done halfway through the year, being ready to go for the new year. That is gonna have to be pushed, obviously. Promote Mound and history, again, I think we're doing that on social as well as, if there's anything that you guys want to add to like a newsletter or the Historical Society or something, do that?
I think we should maybe formalize a better relationship with the Historical Society, you know, because there are things that we could partner with them on, like on the pathway signs. They can get us access to grant monies to fund those, that signage and stuff. So I think we should really be talking to them about a partnership. You know, I don't know if you want Parks to initiate it.
I think that'd be good, yeah.
You know, but I think we need to have more conversation with them.
Part of what
And resource.
what this art walk is gonna look like too, we'll, might need to coordinate with them on stuff too.
Yeah.
Okay, invite Mound, Westonka High School to present, spring and fall. Do you still have the old contact, or maybe Kevin does? I know they change every other year, you know, every year. So it's
For West Hong guys.
it's the student, council there.
Yeah, we can track them down.
You can just email Kevin Borg or something, he'll give you whoever's the running the student council. And then could we invite them, you know, October, maybe, October, November, something like that? So we stated that. Centennial, when's that gonna come back? I know there's,
Just kicked them out too.
Oh. They were over at City Hall.
Yeah,
Measuring
I
stuff.
think they finished that all up, so
Okay,
I can find out, but I'm hoping soon.
okay, so probably October, hopefully the first October meeting. Change of mayor term from 4 to 2, wouldn't apply till next election season, then 2027. We did look at that, I guess the thought at the time was, we're not gonna do that, we're not gonna change it.
So take it off the list.
Yep. City council to perform interviews for candidates, we haven't had any. So obviously, do we need to formalize that in our,
So the next one that would come up would be planning commission, but help me out, Scott, I think because we are losing one, that's gonna bring us down to that number that the council
5.
determined.
Oh, yeah.
Down from 9 to 7.
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
We wanted to go from 9 to 7. for
right,
planning.
and so
Yeah.
the thought process is that, although it's, you know, it says 9 right now, you don't have to fill that, and
Yeah.
then through attrition, once we get down to that 7, then we do a code amendment to have it be, just to
So we're
say
just
7
kinda
members.
holding.
So it's not, we're not, in essence, forcing the issue.
okay.
We're just addressing it we're allowing it to naturally occur and then addressing it when it happens.
Have you got anybody saying they're not gonna renew?
yes.
It's
So
2,
I-
right?
Yeah, so I think we actually, going into 26, we'll be down to our 7.
You'll be down from 9 to 7?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then, so we'll do the code in January.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's a simple code amendment, just changing the number from 9 to 7.
Can you just say update code in 2026?
When do we look at this again to like, you know, like take these 2 pages of green and yellow and then what we want to say are our priorities for 2026 and just kind of like, you know, bleed some of it over and then some of it goes away? When did we do that?
January.
January, okay.
Yeah. I think we did a workshop
Was it
either right
January?
before our first one or second one.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And we really kind of copy and paste this from the year before
Mhm.
as well, so. Yeah, we had a workshop because we were all, you know, chatting about it. Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it, nice. All right. All right, does anybody other have any comments on this or anything you want to add by the end of the year?
I think number 19 is I want to make 2026 priorities 1 page. Nice and concise.
All right.
Because we're getting so much done.
Yeah, well, we might be able to. Okay, number 12, comments and reports from council members. Councilmember Pugh.
Well, I attended the fire chief, the budget presentation, and it was very informative. And as you said, there's a real difference in the way we do our pension fund for Mound versus St. Bonnie, and that's going to be a point of reconciling which one they go with or compromise blend of the two. But all in all, I think that, it seems to me the two fire chiefs are, I think they're ready for doing this. I mean, I think they're ready for the change and the crossover. So,
Okay.
that was it.
McEnany's out. Councilmember Castellano?
I just have a question on this sheet that we have, the response for the LMCD variance. I don't have anything personally for me. Maybe just a couple of questions, Jesse. So it says the city suggests that Minnetonka Flats contribute yearly to a maintenance fund. Do we know what that dollar amount looks like? Okay.
No, so it's,
I just want to be able to answer questions if they come up.
yeah, so the hearing is tomorrow. Staff felt it was important to,
Comment?
yeah, well, I started getting ahead of myself, because if you recall, Mr. Mayor, you were there, but one of the early discussions on on the project itself was how it related to Lost Lake and the channel. And ultimately, it's the city's responsibility to keep navigability in the channel, and there's nothing ever been memorialized on how that is meant to be. Just that someday, if it's not navigable, the city will be, per its permit with the DNR, will be responsible for maintaining that navigability. And the city has not dredged in some time, and it will be a potentially large project. So, since there's an opportunity for public comment, this is meant to basically say, it's not the project itself, it's not the docks, it's just that something should be memorialized since this is a public use, so.
So that requirement and that dollar amount is not, that's for the hearing.
Yeah, and I don't know that we know what the LMCD's authority is necessarily, or what they would, but if there's going to be potential other future docks or something like that, it's an opportunity to get our word out there to say, this is something we should be talking about.
Okay.
Trying to still maintain in there that we're not saying that the dock system is a bad idea, and for what it's worth, the variance is for length and not for the amount of docks anyway. The LMCD's been pretty upfront about their ability to fit at least as many docks as they're proposing.
Okay.
That said, it's a pretty high-profile thing. The rumor mill has been pretty abuzz over what's going in, what the city's, we've had people come and ask about the city giving up, or that it's city docks that the city's donating and things like that. So we're also, I didn't want the council to be out of the loop, and this is, has come up previously in this meeting, the only way to really talk to all of you at one time. So that's the genesis of it.
Well, thanks for sharing, this, and it kind of just continues to our improved communication overall, I feel like. I was just curious about some of the details, but, it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know, Scott, we worked with Scott to sort of, I would say, flesh out the language. I don't know if I missed anything.
The only problem is it doesn't say a dollar amount, and it doesn't say, and then who else that's on the lake, right? Which is a lot of dock program. What about them, right? So it's a little singletary in my brain, but.
Yeah, and I think in general, it's the first, since the city's docks were installed, it's the first project that's like this on there, so if anything, it's taking advantage of an opportunity for public comment to just, get that sort of message out there that, eventually navigability could become an issue, and some things have to be done. So I don't know that we would, this time, we would want to say, hey, it's $1 or $1,000. It's just that it's something that we could work with them to implement. But this also, what I was saying is that I don't know what kind of conditions they even do put on permits or whether they would. So.
And the thought process too is if they do just, the LMCD says, no, that's not what we do, we're not going to provide that condition, then we'll just look at other avenues.
Okay.
There are some available, but
Cool. Yeah,
this
if
is-
we're
this is-
paying to dredge that, I mean, I think this makes sense, that we should have an expectation.
yeah, this is just an opportunity because they asked for comments and said it's due tomorrow. So let's put it
So
out
here we
there.
go.
And if, the aspect of having it be part of like this type of process by LMCD, then if there's ever somebody wanting to put a dock in that has no project with the city, then it would be part of be captured this way. That's why this was looked at. But as I stated, that if we're hoping LMCD at least looks into this, and then we can work through the details of it. If they don't, then we'll look at other avenues and see how that works.
Cool.
Well, do they
That's all
have
I
the
got.
ability to not? I mean, isn't that part of their mandate legislatively? Isn't that why we pay membership to them?
I'll just the council member just said that, isn't this part of their mandate that they have? Is this part of what they're supposed to do, is have these out there? That's what we're gonna find out. I mean, one of my partners has, let me back up a little bit. We're going to explore this to see if this is something that I think it makes sense to have this on there. That's this discussion we've had with staff. I don't want to get into, what is their mandate, not mandate, but with regards to it, that's maybe more of a legal question to go through, that I'd rather put into a memo, off the public record. But I think that by putting this forward, if we can capture this as part of that process, then the next time something comes up, we'll have something in place to deal with it. I think the issue is that this has not come up before. The city, I'm assuming, when they wanted to dredge it years ago, was to take care of the blighted area and create something for like the dock area, the downtown, and it was more of a city amenity. But as times have changed, as we can see, there's more being added to it, and so this is why this letter's going on and exploring it. But I just don't want to go into I mean, if you do need something with regards to, is this more of their mandate or where they're supposed to be, I can provide something that in a memo form. That's what if you want something like that.
Kevin, did you have something to add to that?
It was just,
Oh, no, wrong Kevin, sorry. He acted like he wanted to say something.
Well, no, I didn't really, but I think the impetus for producing the letter was that particularly the DNR really changed their rules overnight, where they weren't allowing the
you know
access
why-
to the channel directly. They were only allowing access to the previous open avenue to the Lost Lake Channel. That was the big change, though. And the expansion of the number of slips, which was based on the shoreline that the Lake Minnetonka Flats developers own.
So they got a permit because it's a floating bog, basically.
Yeah.
And that's,
No, I don't think so.
well, that's what it
It's
is.
the emergent cattails. The
it's
DNR decided it
Skinny
wasn't.
cattails or
And it's
something like that. I
floating,
think
so
that-
that's
yeah.
why they got a permit to take it out. And to be honest, we could probably, as a city, if we wanted to take it on, if we had $1,000
$1 trillion, we could take out the whole thing if it's floating. We would get a permit for that, hypothetically. That was the problem, because they were not able to get a permit to take out, you can take out a certain amount, or you can, put a dock over it. Theirs, when they tested it, it was actually floating, invasive bog, basically. And that's their permit, they already got that permit, that's already a done deal. The only reason they're going in front of this group tomorrow is to get a, 100-foot variance or something like that. It's not about the docks, it's not about, it's about getting the variance, so, I don't know, I mean, some of the verbiage in here, I think, is a little aggressive, personally. At the same point, it does make sense that whether it's them or anybody that lives on the channel, hypothetically, if that's the city's opinion, that they should be paying instead of the taxpayers of Mound. At the other same point, Mound owns basically the whole lake, because we're the ones that have property on it. So like, right next door to them, they don't own this, they don't own it. The one next door, Surfside, they don't own it. Mound owns all that area. We could sell it to them if we want, but that's Mound. So the next person to take out any of that to create a dock for Surfside Restaurant, or the vet shop, or the haircut place, for dogs, they don't own that. They don't own to the channel. And the same thing with right over here, we own the thing right to the channel. So, I don't know, it's kind of like we're pinpointing them specifically. But I do get at least the verbiage of, if there is any future dredging, they should be part of it. But that should go out to every person, and the ones in the department, that should go to the people in the dock program, that should go to all the townhomes there. I mean, they should all share in dredging, instead of just picking on, one new development.
I will say that my writing style, that aggressive language came from me.
Yeah, so maybe you tone it down a little.
But I think that is toned down.
No, I mean.
But I understand what you're talking about.
To your point, though, I mean, and to someone else, I think it was Kevin that said this, there are other people sitting on the sidelines right now waiting to see what this does. So we need to be very clear in the fact that we are assessing how that should move forward.
What are you talking about? Who's waiting?
There's other property owners along here that want to put a dock in
Mound.
and haven't been allowed to.
Who?
No, there's property owners all along here.
Yeah.
Okay, pull it up. It's Mound.
No, it's not all Mound. It is not.
Okay.
I mean, this is Hennepin County's property map. This area right here, which I was shocked to, is owned by a Charles, well, I don't know if we want to say that out loud. I'm just,
What are you looking at?
Hennepin County property.
Well, it's public record, you can say it out loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to pick on somebody.
No, it's not, it's fine.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean, this says it's Charles Coxvold in Tonka Bay. He owns all this shoreline that backs up behind the Slettons, part of Surfside.
Does he
Power
own any
Co-
land, though?
Yes,
Yeah.
the lake shore.
Okay. Well, if he has a floating bog, he can't get to the channel, though.
Yes, he can.
Where's the
He has-
channel? No, because Mound owns that.
That's correct.
Mound owns the next piece
Yes,
that you're touching.
correct. But this is what.
Mound owns it.
I understand that.
We
They
do.
own this and this.
Yeah, so they can't get to the channel.
Well,
That-
they're going to ask, is what I'm
I
saying.
don't care. They can buy the property from us if they wanted. The the city of Mound owns it.
Correct.
They are not, so that's the difference I want to just clarify if people watch this.
Right.
Lake Minnetonka Flats owns all the way to the channel. To the channel.
They are in the process, yes, of changing the documentation according to Hennepin County.
Well, no, that's.
They own all the way to the channel.
Right.
That's the facts.
Right.
So this other group that owns, I'm gonna pull it up too. The other group that owns that does not own
See,
all
and
the
then
way to the
there's-
channel.
Is this the power company? No, Cedar Holdings owns,
Look at what I'm talking
Yeah, no, I think
about.
that.
City of Mound
yeah.
owns all that.
yep,
That Lake Minnetonka owns to there.
Right.
The apartment right north of there,
yep.
that's how they got boats in there. Commerce, Boulevard, they own to the channel. This one,
Right,
City of Mound North, and then dock program.
right.
You go on the other side, City of Mound, all the way. So the whole lake is owned by Mound,
Correct,
the cattails.
correct.
So I don't know what your argument is. It doesn't make sense.
They're not gonna do, I think
They can't go to the channel.
They
Lake
can.
Minnetonka Flats can go to the channel.
Right, so what are we gonna do when we let them do it, and they're going to the channel because they own that property?
Yeah.
But what happens when these other property
We
owners?
say you don't own the property, City Mound does.
Right,
Yeah.
If you wanna buy it from us, let's talk. And maybe you can get to the channel, if that's this
Maybe
prerogative of
that
the city.
takes care of our water system.
Yeah, if you wanna, if you put a good number on there, maybe you can get to the channel too.
there you go.
But that's the thing, this is the only other property, so
Right.
with this letter, it's a little aggressive to say, you know, to pinpoint this brand-new development that we're trying to bring to Mound, and I don't know, I think it's a little, they're the only ones that this is gonna affect. All the rest of them, yes, if we wanna sell Mound property of cattails to other people, please, make us an offer. We might wanna sell it to you. Maybe we don't, I don't know. But they're the only ones that are affected. This is the last deal. This is the last deal. If we sell this property, this building, right, and then we sell the next thing all the way down to the channel, that could be something, right?
Right?
Maybe we'll keep this, and then we just sell and say you can look at the lake. This affects one property, and it's their property. There is no other effect unless we sell to them. I think you're looking at you don't have the right lines on here.
So the Flats
No idea.
property,
We own all
remember, it
this.
was like
You
most
can't
of their
see it, though.
acreage was
Just
like
like-
the water. Remember,
Yeah.
like the property line, it was like they owned, it's a little bit of land, but most of what they owned was like all the way out there. And I think what Jason is saying is the others don't. Yeah, they own all that. Anyway, that's all I had.
I would
didn't wanna
love
take up-
Surfside to be able to get to the channel. And to, you know, and again, if that's a thing that we want to sell Mound's strip, if this works out for this other group, and then they have invasive bogs.
Right. There's
and
a lot of
then-
misunderstanding out there too.
Yeah,
I mean,
because people
Yeah, there always will be.
aren't looking at the right thing. They
Right.
It's weird.
Look at a map on,
No,
it's
I-
online.
Maybe that's something to put on the website or on Facebook, just an explanation and a picture, so that there's clarity on it.
I don't know. I mean, again, if we want to sell it, that's a
Because I'm
conversation.
wondering, you know, if we get into dredging, remember, we had the other townhome association. They came and wanted us to dredge for them, and we said no. The ones off of Commerce.
Oh,
Yeah.
over there, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. And that's the whole thing with this whole dredging thing in the
Yeah.
first place is, this is getting way in the deep weeds, but, you know, does the dock program take that on, right? Is the dock program supposed to be the ones that dredge? Because part of, a good chunk of the people that go through that channel is the dock program. But then the other part of it is people that want to come and get an ice cream cone off the lake, we want to promote them to come do, you know, so.
Right.
So part of it is the city's responsibility, but, I don't know. Again, I think I think they should be, from what I've heard anyway, you know, the LMCD is gonna make this decision about this 100-foot thing, but beyond that, they already got a permit for the dock. They already got a permit for the DNR that's saying that the floating bog is invasive to take it out. I think they've already worked on taking it out. They're just getting a variance for the 100-foot thing or whatever. I don't know. What do you guys feel about sending this letter, but then also the verbiage of, you know, putting the, you know, that they should pay into I don't know, I just feel like that's very premature. At the same point, if we make it vague enough, that at least we told you that in the future, if we do assess them or the dock program or, you know, like Wayzata, put in things, daily use, you know, here, you can pay $20 and park your boat for the day. You know, however we want to charge people for accessing this channel, but do we want to put the verbiage in, big picture? Do we want to send a letter, or do we want to not?
So I have a question, and as a new council member, you know, I guess I understand that the DNR owns the lake because they own Lake Langdon, I get that. However, why does LMCD have anything to say about this? Because the rest of Minnetonka
They do
is owned by
docks.
the DNR.
They do docks.
Okay, but this isn't part of Lake Minnetonka,
They do docks.
on Minnetonka.
I don't know. I don't know the difference of Lost Lake versus Lake Minnetonka.
That's what I'm asking, because technically.
Looks like it's the same thing to me.
Well, but it's not, because we own all of that, whereas out in Minnetonka,
We don't
it's
own
not.
even where the channel comes through, technically,
That's what I'm
That's what
asking.
I'm-
Technically, where is that line, and why are they involved in this
maybe
discussion?
I'll-
I mean, it's like the
Should we
same
do-
body of water, that's what I would
Yeah.
gauge. You know, it connects like Forest Lake, Lost
Right, well,
Lake.
you could make that case with Lake Langdon, because Lake Langdon feeds into,
Yeah, you got your
But
little
it's,
creek
but
there.
I think that the distinction is navigable. The
Okay.
channel is navigable through Lost Lake from Lake Minnetonka.
okay, that may be. I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I think that's what it is.
Don't know till you ask.
That's all I got.
Well,
Yep,
what
we're
do we want
done.
to do? We got to decide if we're going to.
Oh, I mean, I don't think we should not do it.
Okay.
Like, maybe it's a little aggressive, but I don't want to not send this. That's where I'm at.
So, that's why, so instead of having in their language about, here's what we want them to do, with, you know, the detail, level of detail, are we wanting to have in there that there should be some, I guess, pulling back from saying, let's get into a fund, how far back or where do you see it going?
I don't know, this whole like first two paragraphs, I think are,
There should be a cost share. I mean, that's kind of what I was happy to see, so.
I would just send the bottom two paragraphs and make the point of the Lost Lake Channel would not exist without city mound, public funds, dredging, right? And then the second thing, the city does not object to the installation, however, blah, 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 you should put into a fund eventually. We'll discuss it down the road.
Is there any context loss if we do just get rid of the first two paragraphs?
I think that's important, especially if this will be public, is that the residents and the citizens know that this is the reasoning, because there is a lot of speculation
Yeah.
and a lot of stuff on public comment boards and social media that are causing a lot of
I
confusion and
think
disturbance.
But again, I just got this before I got here.
I understand.
So I think we
Yeah.
all got this right now. I want to make sure that these facts are 100% correct, and I think,
Yeah.
I haven't read, took time, you know, again, I'm reading it while I'm sitting here, but.
I thought you were
Um,
objecting to the fact that we were saying that they would have a cost share or a financial responsibility.
I mean, if
And
that's what we want to
navigation.
do, that makes sense. They should, if we want to, you know, assess them, but you can't just focus on just them
Yes.
only.
Correct.
You got to say, well, anybody that's, so the apartment's right next to them.
Can we generalize this to where it says is considering,
I didn't even see it.
reviewing, or assessing
I mean, we're talking
docks of,
potentially down the road too, and there's been discussions
right?
last year, the year before, about who should be dredging, right? And I think we actually passed a resolution, if I remember right, that said the city does not dredge, right?
Right.
It's a policy.
A policy, so why are we saying that now we're singling out this group?
Well, I
Because
think-
they want to just put it, I don't know.
Well,
It
if we
seems a
own
little
it,
aggressive to
I
us.
mean, it is somewhat our responsibility to keep it navigable.
Right, that's specific to the DNR permit that was
Right.
issued to the city.
What is
Like-
To
specific?
remove the blight from the community.
So this
yeah.
would be a compulsion put on the city to dredge the channel to keep it navigable due to having a permit to open in the first place. So that policy was more so directed at requests that were coming from like Harrison's Bay, where for like future requests for the city to intervene and create new navigability versus this one. So my understanding is that if, I don't know who determines navigability, but if it was determined not to be, the city would then be,
We're required to keep it navigable.
Right.
Have you looked into when we made that resolution?
Where is this one? We
No,
are
I have not.
required.
Okay, so
We are
I want
required
to
to.
caution
Yeah.
that before we send this letter out, that you look at what we said as a council, that we will not dredge for people. And then now we're saying,
Well-
you must dredge.
No, I didn't read it that way. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, it shouldn't all rest on Minnetonka Flats. However, you know, if we don't keep it navigable, it's not going to benefit them in any way.
Well, we
Imagine
have
anybody
to
in a dock
keep it
program.
navigable because we have
Because
all
of the
those slips.
agreement,
Yeah, we have all
right?
those
So
slips.
I think we should send it. I mean, we're required to keep it navigable, you know? I mean, now more so than ever, but
And I will say that a lot of the social media stuff is, people are questioning, why are they getting to do this and nobody else has been able to do
I
it?
think
Which
people are gonna
I
have to
understand
just
that.
figure that
Not
out
getting able to do
on their
it.
own.
We don't know. That's
I
the
think
thing.
people are just gonna have to
Nobody owns
ask
that
and get their
property.
answer.
They own the property.
Yeah,
so
they
get
bought
to
a
do it.
I
way
get
bigger
it.
piece of property.
I get
If they
it.
want to write an offer to the city of Mound for cattails, we'll look at the offer.
Consider it, yeah.
Yeah, if
Well,
anybody
I
on that
think-
channel
I
wants to
think
talk
when you
about,
say that, because people will start making offers and we won't have a process.
well,
Yes,
So
be
we better
careful.
figure out a process.
I was just
for
concerned about-
accepting people's request to
Well-
buy our cattails. That's interesting, selling
Speculating on what that
cattails.
amount might be, but I think we should send it. I mean,
Yeah.
okay,
no
well,
one's
if
gonna
we're- if
offer
we're all in
This is a
agreement.
meeting tomorrow they're having?
Yeah.
This is why it came up tonight, because they got a meeting tomorrow night, and
Okay.
this could be part of the record.
I'm good with
And
it.
I think that if I remember the date, I noticed it came out after the last council meeting, so this is the first chance you have to look at this.
The data.
Or this, I mean,
Verbiage.
the notice, if I remember right, the notice to the city that we can do this came out after the last council meeting, so that's why there was no information for you at that point.
Again, I caution a little bit of premature here. I know we're on a deadline because they're going to get it tomorrow, but we don't really have a plan. We don't
That's
have a plan for dredging. We're just threatening them.
We have a
saying-
plan for selling, we don't have a plan
We have a
for,
plan for selling cattails, we don't have a plan for dredging, so they have access. We're just putting this kind of a threatening letter, hey, by the way, and if I'm them, I'm gonna go, well, are we talking $1,000 a year? Fine. Are we talking 100 grand a year? You know, like, what are we talking about? There's no data here.
And they're already advertising that they have these docks. They're saying that each
Yeah.
homeowner will
They
have a
need
private
100,
lot.
they need a
Well,
100 feet
it's-
variance or something for the dock. That's all they're even talking about, so, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of sending this in how it's written. I would say we tone it down a little bit, but at the same point, if the council decides that in the future, this is a permission slip that say, well, we did send this to you, saying that hypothetically, we would come up with a strategy on how we're gonna dredge out that channel, and you're gonna be
So-
part of it.
I guess I would just go with then what you're saying, because I do want to send it, but we can just do the bottom.
Paragraph. If that's what you're having an
Two.
issue with, is the intent of the last paragraph.
No, I like the bottom two.
Yeah.
The top, I don't see why.
Read that again. I don't think you're. I mean, the only time we talk about them being required to pay anything or get involved in the dredging is in this last paragraph.
Yeah, and.
yeah.
That's what we should change, probably.
No, I mean, if council's good with that, that's fine. It's just like we're saying, hey, by the way, we're gonna do this down the road.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
don't know
I'm
what
not
the
good
details
with
are.
the last paragraph. I'm okay with the beginning of it.
Okay, well, I like the middle one, the middle paragraph.
Well, and that's what, I mean, because I think Jesse's approach of actually addressing this is very appropriate.
Yeah.
Based on the comments I'm seeing on social media and that people that are reaching out to me.
I
I
had one
think setting the
person,
facts straight, I think helps.
I had one person reach
clarify
out
the
and then I
city's stance.
explained what the facts were, and then they go, oh, okay, well, I'll call you back later. Because they were misinformed, unfortunately.
That's right.
And they also said, they said something about, I said, well, this is about a 100-foot thing, and, you know, yeah, we have our city representative, Ben Brandt, I said, you know, go there, say what you want to say to the group. He's our representative of,
Right.
you know, of Mound, but at the end of the day, it was, well, why can't other people do it? And I said, well, you don't own the cattails that goes all the way to the channel. They do. That's the end of the story. I don't understand. Now, again, that's thing one. Thing two, do we want to assess anybody that owns to the channel, whether it's dock program, the townhomes, these guys, that other guy that bought that little property right on the channel, right on the, under the bridge? I mean, do we want to say, well, you need to participate in a future dredge opportunity? We do got to, you know, have a go, but at the same point, I don't know. It's kind of like we're forced to make a decision just because they're meeting tomorrow night.
It may be problematic with existing docks as opposed to this future dock
Right.
to impose that kind of requirement unless it's voluntary. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it may be problematic.
So now we're saying that they have to do it, but the other people that don't, that are in the past? So like for an example, the apartment right north of them,
Mhm.
they have a dock with a bunch of boats on, right?
Netscape.
So now they have to pay, they don't have to pay, but the flats have to pay? Just because they're a new development, it doesn't make sense. This whole thing is, I think, a little rushed, just because of the meeting tomorrow. We don't even know what we're talking about with Navigability and what we voted on a couple of years ago. And I mean, I think we all need to understand what we're doing. And it's almost like, in a nice way, it's saying, well, what the heck? At the same point, we're not against it, but, you know, by the way, you might have to pay down the road.
Right,
It's just
which
a-
is, yeah, can we not address this last chapter? Or this last paragraph, excuse me?
Well, that's the whole point of it, is addressing, are they gonna have to pay in the future, right? That's the whole point of sending this
Right.
letter before the comment period.
Well, but I mean,
Is that something that we could assess at a later date?
Exactly.
Based on, and then just, future council would pass that. If the city has to dredge,
like a disclosure?
then we
I
assess.
have no idea.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. You know?
I don't think so.
I just think we gotta be fair to all the properties, not a lot of them, but all the properties on there. And it feels like we're sending a letter that's pretty aggressive and almost like, you know, fodder to decline whatever they're trying to do tomorrow night. And I don't think any of us are saying that we want them to be declined, this 100-foot variance, whatever. Are we saying that? We're not saying
No,
that,
and we
right?
say that in the letter though too. We say that we're not opposed to the Minnetonka, we're not opposed to the installation of the flats as now proposed.
Yeah.
Because they did change it evidently, based on that.
So I think the last two paragraphs is like, the Lost Lake Channel would not exist without Mound dredging it with public funds, blah, blah, blah. That makes sense.
Yep.
And then the second paragraph is, the city does not object to the installation of their slips. It is the position of the city based on the direct access that any permit issued must be issued with the requirement that Lake Minnetonka Flats have a shared responsibility for the Lost Lake Channel navigability. Can we even do that, is, you know?
Well, I think that's what the next sentence gets to.
The city suggests that,
We could cut it off after that.
well, you're saying you want to tie this permit to a policy that we don't even have.
True.
On paper. It's just like, what are we doing here? It's like we're trying to have this be a bigger issue than it really is. I don't know. I don't know if I would tie it to I mean, we should have said this, originally. I know they were trying to tie up with apartments before, and that's what the original
Well,
deal was.
originally, we didn't think they'd get dock access.
Well, they had an agreement with the
Yeah, but they
apartment.
had
Yeah, to do that, and then because of the floating bog, they got a special permit from the DNR, which is right on the first two paragraphs. That was before, I sat in the room with the DNR about this project, with the DNR, Hennepin County, LMCD, Conservation District maybe, and the city of Mound, 5 government agencies. And the DNR was very, like, no, you're not touching the cat today. So this is true, the first two paragraphs, but I don't know. How it's written it feels a little, well, what do we want to do?
Is there anything wrong with us saying that the 19 slip road access with direct access to these lots, sorry.
We don't have to say anything.
Well, we should say the city does not object to the installation of the Minnetonka flat slip as now proposed. Because that ties into the other sentence somewhere in one of these other paragraphs.
But do you think that we should say
No,
that in the future, we were going to
No,
assess
no.
you?
no, because
Well,
that's
maybe we
something we
don't,
haven't
because
done.
if we have to make sure that it's navigable, all we have to do is make sure that what is navigable now is navigable. We
I mean,
don't need to
yeah.
expand other areas of navigability, do we? So, Please.
The council has a policy to not dredge the lake. right? Because we've had, when the drought happened over the 3 years, we had numerous
Right.
areas. And part of the policy was, so Lost Lake is not the dock program, it's a totally different thing. So you're talking about the dock program, but there's
Last time I
Lost
checked,
Lake
I was in the dock
slips.
program and I
Yeah,
paid
and now it's a public.
$2,000.
Right, but that's a public amenity, right? And this is a private new player on the lake. We're just saying, potential, we don't know, so you're saying, we don't have enough information. You're right. But we don't know what the removal of the cattails, is it gonna affect navigation? We have enough, we just measured the depth. I had our crews go through the channel and we measured the depth, and right now it's fine. Okay? There's not a problem. Actually, the lowest lake level is right outside of the bridge entering, which is not our responsibility. So the DNR has expressly required the city to maintain navigation of that one channel.
Yeah.
They have not given, there's no parameters of what that means.
Okay.
Okay? So all we're saying in this letter is, what if there, we don't know what the effect of removing 600 feet of floating cattails, as you call them. And it's 617 feet. It's 100, the variance is 100 feet and beyond. The length of this slip is 617 feet. So that's what we're just saying, we want to just say, hey, the folks that are license holders in the Mound dock program, Mound residents, Artesa, and the Lost Lake Villa folks, they all are paying license fees, and eventually that money will, if we have to get to the portion of doing some form of a dredge, that we're retaining, we're going to have to figure out something in the future to retain some of those funds for dredging. I mean, it's going to have to happen at some point.
So
What
is
you're kind of saying is
Lost
like,
Lake not part of the dock program?
It's not, no, those 47 slips that we rent is not, that's Fund 285. That's
Okay.
that's
So when I
different.
rented that dock that one year, that's not, because I was on the waiting list of the dock program. And then you said, hey, I can go ahead and buy a $2,000 dock or whatever.
Yeah,
for the year.
that's not part of the dock.
Okay, well, I consider that, okay,
No,
so.
so what this is kind of saying is like, if the acts, like, if there's consequences of them moving this, if that causes something that we have to pay for.
That's not what it says, though.
But I mean, it's
I've
kinda-
had, I don't want to talk publicly about it. I mean, it's not like they're completely opposed to the idea, so.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what you've heard, but I mean, one of the developers is a license holder in Lost Lake, not the dock program. He's the Lost Lake Villa license holder, so,
Yeah.
Okay.
so I don't know. I mean, I think, we just, we have to think about having funds for, this contingency. We don't know what 600 feet of cattails being removed could have, what effect it has.
Yeah, if something else moves.
So there's no reserve account.
There is nothing, no, we don't
So
have any.
maybe that's where
reserves.
we need to
We
be
need to address
starting,
that, yeah.
is creating a reserve account.
Which is creating the need to, I think, send this. So, I don't know.
Well, we haven't done a good job of having reserve accounts in the past for some
Yeah.
of our other entities,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term.
Mhm.
This, I mean,
We're just talking about a voluntary,
Yeah.
at this point, it's voluntary.
Yep.
We don't have any authority to,
Where would a dredging amount come from, in your opinion?
out of all the funds that go into Fund 285, which is Lost Lake. That also
Okay,
includes the
so
transit
that's-
district.
So
there's
everybody
another-
that's paying, like Artesa and the townhomes, anybody that's paying inside of
And
there,
the TIF district is in there.
Yeah.
they're
So
gonna
that's
pay.
all-
used to be.
That's all under the
Well, they-
HSA.
So we used to have it itemized, their fees used to be itemized out, where they paid a specific amount to channel maintenance, to slip maintenance, those things.
Okay, so where's all
Where
this?
did that go?
Where's this money going then? This channel
285.
maintenance?
He said.
Well, we don't itemize it out anymore, it's just a,
Well, we
So now it
it's
just
just
sits in
license
a-
fee. It was itemized as part of the license fee, we got rid of it because it was just kind of confusing, so we just have the fee, the Lost Lake fee, so.
So what we should do in the future, when we talk about fees in November, is reestablish, if
Yeah.
you're in that area, that line item will go to a new fund that will be a dredging fund. I mean, that would help
Well, you
with
might
future
not want
problem.
to just make it dredging, but you want it to be reserved fund.
Yeah, reserve fund for future dredging. If you are accessing Lost Lake in a boat, and, you know, and you're storing your boat on there, now how does the apartment pay for that? Commerce Place.
They're not paying
There,
anything.
that
at
was
this time.
private property.
So they're not paying for it, but we're gonna make Minnetonka Flats pay for it?
No.
No, we can't make them do it.
So it's
No.
voluntary.
Yeah, maybe.
This whole thing is very
So-
aggressive for a voluntary
Okay,
thing.
here's some suggested change in languages, and
Alright.
Kevin, you can help me out here.
We should send this to the
In this.
department too.
It is, it's just starting 3 sentences down in that last paragraph. Just say, it is the position of the city, based on the direct access, that any permits issued by MCD must be issued with the requirement that Minnetonka Flats negotiate cost sharing, financial responsibility for the Lost Lake Channel and navigation maintenance with the city. It's just, it's not a requirement that they actually do it, it's a requirement that they negotiate with the city. It's,
So, but
I mean,
again,
we're making our Tessa do it, right? And the condominiums pay for those docks that they're
No,
using?
Artesa's,
we don't.
they're
We used
leasing
to have-
from us.
we used to have a line item, we don't have a line
I
item.
understand we don't, but we're still collecting fees from those people.
Yeah, they
aren't
paid
we?
$2,500 for each of those slips, so.
But that just goes against the
Right.
program per se.
Well, but Artesa's doing it on their, was it 12 or 13 that they got?
10,
10, okay. What about the condos?
they pay a lesser amount, 1,300. There's 22, 23 of those, and then another, the remainders of the 47 are Mound residents who pay 2,500 a year.
So they are part of the docks program then? those
No, it's
25
not. It's
No.
different. It's
So
not-
what about the
It's-
people
They
behind-
separated Lost Lake into its own separate,
Yeah, this is a.
So like
this is a mess.
the old couple mayors ago, he lives on Lost Lake,
That's part of that's a commons,
so he's part of the dock program.
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, exactly, my point exactly.
But that's not Lost
This needs to be
Lake. That's
clarified and
different.
organized.
Yeah, but he has to go through the channel to get to his house, to where his boat sits.
Yeah.
He should be helping to pay for the navigability.
Right, we need to make it fair
This-
across the
this is my
board,
point. This whole
not,
thing is
yeah, I
not
mean,
fair.
this
You're-
is,
You're sending an aggressive letter to someone, I don't know. I don't mind sending a letter, and
can we
it's
not
just-
say that we're investigating the possibility that we may apply fees to all Lost Lake whatevers?
If I'm them, first of all, welcome to Mound, right? This is why we don't have development in
We're not
Mound.
exactly business friendly.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Here, business friendly
Yeah.
Mound. Second of all, why isn't Commerce Place getting this letter? Hey, by the way, I know you guys, again, I get that they're taking out a lot of cattail. I get it. And if that destroys, maybe we say that, hey, by the way, when you're taking all these cattails, if in 6 months, we can't get a thing through there, that's probably your problem, because it wasn't a problem before.
Right.
I'd be more happy with that versus, you know, all of a sudden, you know, you're gonna get this blanket fee that we don't know what the fee is yet, right now. We don't have no policy on this.
So maybe changing the language to, you know, we'll have to investigate the possibility of a future assessment if there's implications from the
We
variance
have
or-
tested, I'm assuming all along there, it wasn't just one or two places.
This is
for
very
depth.
last minute.
Like 13
Kevin,
or
sorry.
14 depths.
So you're saying
This
it'd
is
be
not how
easier
you
to not
run,
send
All
how
along
you
the
run a
channel.
program. This is not how
Okay.
you run government.
So
Make
you're
sure we
saying,
hang
you
on to
just say
that.
you'd rather just not send it?
I wasn't consulting the book before this, before the meeting. I just got
I didn't
this when
see
you
it
guys
before,
got
yeah.
it. We all got it
Yeah.
right now. I would have changed this a little bit, as you've just heard for an hour.
Yeah,
I don't
have
mind
an issue.
sending something saying that but
Well,
it's.
maybe we need to have a workshop on this. to
Yeah,
resolve
and
it.
in our whole doc program and
Yeah.
how the whole thing works, and
That's something we do need to address.
should we, you know, 2 years ago, we just talked about not doing navigability, you know, and again, I know it's a little different, but
We also didn't have another large party adding 19 docks and clearing a path. I think to Kevin's point, he's already measured the depth of the channel. You know, I mean, if this does disturb any muck or anything else underneath those cattails and it does flow out into the channel, then they should be held accountable and required to deal with it.
I would be for that, because that makes sense. It ties it to
Correct.
them,
Correct.
you know, whatever. But again, there is still no dollar amount on that either.
Yeah.
So now, great, well,
Right.
screw it, we're not putting up,
Well,
again, business friendly, at the same point, I get 100%. We own most of the channel. We
Correct.
own most of the cattails up to the channel anyway. It still only
which
affects
is
a few
why I
people.
like this beginning part. Personally, I think it's stating the facts from the city's perspective, as well as saying, we don't have a problem with the installation of the flat slips. But can we address what Kevin was, or Mr. Castellano was saying, which is, if, and as Kelly said, if they disturb the channel, they should be held accountable for reparations or cleanup of that mess.
I don't know. Now you're turning into a whole different thing. Because originally it was, this letter is actually nicer than that, right? You're like, well, if you screw it up, you're paying for the whole thing. And that's,
You have to clean up the mess you made.
this is saying you're gonna have to share with other
Right.
people that use that lake in general.
Which is why we need to change the last paragraph. But yes, if they damage our
Why do we-
property.
why do we have to send this
If
letter?
anybody damaged our property,
It's just
we would
response
expect
to-
them
It's
to
a-
reimburse us for it.
It's an opportunity to, backing up a little bit, we're talking about two things here. We're talking about an LMCD
Right.
variance for the boardwalk and then allowance of those docks, right?
Okay, so
That's-
we
that's-
opposed to that.
No, but that's one thing.
Okay.
The other is it's a DNR permit, correct?
For
they're
what? The floating
No,
box?
no, for our channel, for the dredging.
Dredging.
That's-
yeah.
We have, so it's two, remember, we're talking about two separate entities. That's why I started out with, I think that it's possible that they may not put this, we're trying for this, but it's possible that they may not put this on as part of the variance or the permit for the docks, because it's two separate entities. It is a possibility. But obviously you don't know unless you try, and so, obviously that was the rationale for putting this out there, is we had a certain deadline, it's coming up, we were told about it so many days ago, and so the response is, put together saying, okay, here's the city's position with regards to, we try to get some cost sharing. And I think it was trying to also capture the fact that, as Mr. Kelly said, that there is some positive, positivity from the property owner that they would agree to this anyways, to something. And they were trying to put this in here so that if there is a situation, say those other properties develop and they change their docks or something like that, or something that then there's a precedent out there, there's something out there that could capture it. I think that was the rationale, or the purpose for putting this letter out. We may not be able to get it all right now, but we're thinking of 10 years from now, let's say two properties get bought up, and they want to develop some other residential or commercial right there and expand their docks or something else like that, then there's something that we can, hang our hat on.
Again, I like the idea. I just think this is rushed because it's the day before. And I think whatever we say has to be, maybe appropriate for the timeliness of this thing, and it's tomorrow night. At the same point, I think this deserves more discussion of why, why we're doing this. And yes, if there's another future thing, what's the council's position on, should they be paying, if we say, well, $100 or $200 of your dock fee every year goes to navigation of the channel, then they should, each, 19 times 200, that they should be paying that. But again, I think until you create a policy on that, and then can we retroactively say, well, Commerce Place, you already have docks on the lake, you use our channel every day, we have to make sure it's, but they're not Artesa, they're not in the dock program, they're not in the special fund category, and they're not in Commons. So who
probably can't do anything like that to those until there's some change to the property where the city would have more control.
Right.
That's all.
So I just don't like that we're pushing on this one thing without, I mean, they should be paying, the apartment should be paying too.
Yeah,
If you're gonna make these people pay, the apartment should be paying as well.
we need to level set on that.
Level set, the
That's-
two
yeah.
should equal. And if that's gonna be our official city guideline, that's fine.
I mean, to the point of Jesse and Kevin, I mean, we initially made an agreement, I guess, with the DNR to, you know, do this for the better and the expansion of the city and whatever it said here, something about to mitigate blighted area. That still would hold true, but we've also developed it now, and we've got all these different parties that are involved in renting those docks, you know, and they should all be treated equally. We shouldn't be saying, well, Arteza only has to pay this, and, you know, I'm a little surprised that the other townhomes are not paying the same amount. I mean, we need to reevaluate that.
Well, they started a long time ago, you know, it's
I know.
staged. But I think it is true that we need to have a clarification statement of ownership so that people understand.
Right.
This crazy sort of fact that the city owns the lake. So we need to clarify that. Then we need to clearly state an equitable policy around everyone's participation in keeping the channel navigational. You know, if we spell out the steps, then implementing the fee structure or whatever falls in place.
But again, he said you can't retroactively fee people
Well, no,
unless there's a turnover in housing.
Okay, well, retroactively. But what about to the future?
Well, that's what,
Right,
kind of what
yeah.
they're trying to do here.
Right,
I don't know if I'm right on this, but you know the townhome, the Channel Townhome Association, looks like they own, or is that part of the comments too?
That was in existence before the channel dredge, way before.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, they get through, so they should be paying the channel dredge too.
They had access, so Jason, this is just a response to a new use of the channel by a private
Yeah.
property owner. The city of Mound public paid for the dredge of the Lost Lake Channel.
Long time ago.
Well,
That still
whatever,
benefits the
not
city.
that- I mean, it was part, and
Yeah.
that led to the development of the villa townhomes, putting in those docks, the slips, the Lost Lake slips, and not the dock program. That was public investment all along to improve a blighted area in town. This was economic development. You say, you know, about economic development in the city, that was the investment.
Yeah.
Now, the LMCD, they're following their guidelines. But what they're doing is they've approved a dock, just like they normally do. They talk about the setbacks, and this slip meets all of their requirements.
Yep.
What we're saying is, this is a new use that hadn't been in existence before. It's just saying, you know, for the LMCD to be aware that if there are future players that are coming in to use the Lost Lake, shouldn't they all have to have some
Skin in the game.
some maintenance fee to help pay for future dredge? We do not know how much the dredge is going to cost. We don't know when we would ever have to do one, because we've just started monitoring. This is the first year we actually went out and measured the water depth out there. You know, I thought since our crews were going out, we should go out there and take the measurements. And we did that even before we knew this change was afoot. Okay? So we're just saying, you know, just as a first, I don't see this as really being particularly aggressive. We're not singling out Minnetonka Flats, but this is a new significant change to the use of the channel, to a public amenity that the citizens of Mound funded and are still funding.
Again, I just have a problem with having, whether it's the Channel Association or the Commons or Artesa or the whole department, we should have them all paying versus, hey, you're brand new, welcome to Mound, you should be paying, why aren't you paying now? So this is a thing that we did a long time ago, so we get developments like this to come. Here
Correct.
we are.
Well, why did we decide that the city would not dredge? What was that conversation? I wasn't here for that. What
That
was the logic? Just because they didn't want the
Water was
citizens?
low and,
Okay.
you know, some people bought houses in tougher navigable areas.
Yeah, yeah.
In some aspects, and we just, we heard from a few people, and we just said as a policy, we don't dredge. The city will not dredge. If you come in front of us,
But we don't own those other areas. We own this particular piece of
we
property.
don't own it.
Yes,
The
sir.
DNR we have an agreement with the DNR that we're gonna have, we own the cattails. The navigable part, we have an
Right.
agreement with the DNR that we're gonna make sure that you can get through there.
Okay, which means
We
we
don't-
have to keep it
We don't
navigable.
own it, but yes,
I mean,
Right.
short story long, I think we should send the letter. I just wanted to learn more about it because I want to do like the
Okay.
what if and, like the what could happen in the future. It's just that this, if anything, I mean, get a conversation started with Minnetonka Flats on anything if they have something to say about it,
So you want to tie their permit to this future policy that we don't know yet?
If there's
Says right
complications of moving all that stuff, because it was fine before. Artesa didn't move anything. Those docks were already there.
Right.
They didn't, nothing needed to happen for them to show up.
Any permit issued by LMCD must be issued with the requirement that Minnetonka Flats have a shared financial responsibility for Lost Lake maintenance. So this, I wish we would have had this, a month ago, so we could have actually talked about it and had a
Yeah.
workshop and see is this is how we want to conduct business here. But again, here you have this brand new development that they want to spend money in our town, beautiful development, not Section 8, that's what the word of the day back in the day was. And, again, the whole thing is this 100-foot variance or whatever that they're trying to get. There's nothing, they already got a permit for the dock, they already got a permit to remove the logs. It's the 100-foot variance, so I think we're reaching a little bit, but.
Okay.
You want to send it? You want to send it? You want to?
I'd like to send it with amendments to the last paragraph so that we're not picking on Minnetonka Flats. I mean, we're stating clearly, we do not object to the installation of the slips.
But the whole point of sending this
However-
letter is to pick on Minnetonka Flats, because they're the new game in town.
Right?
So, again, it doesn't make sense to me, but.
Well,
that's
but I
fine.
mean, okay. But I mean, I'm wondering if Scott can't add verbiage at the end that just says, take out, go from, we don't object to as it is now proposed, because there was a change in the proposal, which is stating we're okay with that change. The city reserves the right, or something to the effect that, if damages occur to the navigable channel as a result of the changes of removing cattails or whatever it is, they're moving the bogs, we would expect that, Minnetonka Flats would be held responsible for that, period. I mean, none of these other entities are trying to remove cattails right now.
No, true.
I think that sets an example to everyone else as well, We're not trying to just pick on Minnetonka Flats. We're concerned about the navigation of Lost Lake, and we are responsible for that.
Sorry, I think, agreeing with you, it's the same way that you would say if it were any private residential development, if they caused some, did something in that channel that caused.
It's like if we
We
have,
can't just foot the bill for them.
when we have someone use Surfside, if they damage the property, we expect them to put it back the way they found it.
So I'm more comfortable with that.
I think you
If
can
we
take
want
out,
if you want to do like a future fee thing, we got to send it,
That needs to be
it has to be to everybody.
totally evaluated.
But
and
yes,
we're
if
not
they
even
screw up the
there.
channel because they're taking out
Yep.
100 yards or whatever, 160 yards, whatever they're doing.
Well,
feet.
that channel probably has many mysteries
Oh, God, I don't
in
even want
that
to know.
lake, because there used to be willow trees
Yeah.
down by the bridge, and are parts of those willows still there? I'm sure.
I think some of them are still there.
So,
Scott,
The other
your
thing,
input?
well, for attorney talk is like, well, how do you know that it wasn't, How do you prove that it's so much bad now?
Well, it's,
Well, we've taken
it's even
measures.
a different issue is that, this is different than, damage to a public right-of-way where we have jurisdiction.
Right.
This is navigable water, we have a DNR permit, it's our requirement to take care of it. And, you know, if there's no condition on, there's no condition saying, if you do damage, here's what you're going to do. I don't even know at that point if we would be the ones who have the recourse, it would be LMCD. would have-
Or the DNR.
Or, well, it's an LMCD permit, not the DNR though. So, I mean, this is the problem.
That's
It's navigable water, it's not our jurisdiction, and if we just have the requirement to take care of it. And I haven't read that permit, but I'm assuming regardless of what happens, it's, Mr. Kelly, it's up to us the city to deal with it.
I don't have a problem with it, honestly, because the more I think about the last part, it's like, this requirement will ensure that Lost Lake Channel is maintained for all to use, and we're kind of looking out for all the other people that are renting those slips and the people that have homes in the villas of Lost Lake, you know, it's just, you know.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
again, now
you
you're
pick up the
telling them that
sense.
they have to, per their permit, they have to get an agreement with us of an undisclosed amount and agree to get their permit to do this
Like
thing.
if we have to dredge,
But you're not doing it to any of the other people.
well, they didn't move the cattails.
Yeah, well, again, I wasn't back here
Well,
back
there
then,
were
but we,
conditions the other people faced when their docks were put in. That's why their price was established. So, you know, I mean, I don't know that.
what do you want to do?
I think we need to do a letter. I'm not so sure that we're ready to have it delivered tomorrow, but that if the letter can be amended with comments and everything, and we workshop it or approve it at our next meeting to send to them.
So they're having their meeting tomorrow night, and potentially they could get their permit tomorrow night. What they're trying to do is tie that to this future, paying of the channel meetings.
Well,
It's kind of.
I don't think that we have to feel rushed, like, we just got this. And
I know, but
so-
the reason why they put it on our desk and we didn't see this, well, first of all, we haven't met in 2 weeks, so.
Right.
But,
mhm.
and then, of course, it's tomorrow, so.
Right.
We don't really have a
So
choice.
they'll just have, no, I think we have a choice, they just have to wait for our response.
But I'm just saying, they're gonna have the meeting tomorrow night, so do you want to tie this, whatever our response is to their permitting? You want to do that?
Well, if they don't, you're saying basically if we don't give them something for tomorrow, they won't tie it to.
That's what this
to
says.
this one.
Because they're trying to get the permit tomorrow night. And this is saying,
They
hey,
need
we're gonna throw out
comment from them.
this letter, and the requirement to get the permit is that they have to do this last paragraph. That's the whole point of sending this thing right before the deadline. So are you okay, if we don't send it, then there is no gonna be, a condition to whatever permit they get. And then we're sending a letter after the fact saying, oh, hey, by the way, as a feel-good, please donate to our channel fund.
So we're not having a say in, there's 2 permits, so one's already been allowed by the DNR.
Right.
The cattails are in the process of being removed, even before the
It might already all be
length,
done.
the length variance, that's what is on the table, not the city's involvement. We're saying is that the Lake Minnetonka Conservation District is doing what they are required to do, is determine setbacks, measure shoreline, and allocate how many slips are available for their use, okay? The city's is not taking, in this letter, the city is not, we're not saying we're okay with it, right? We're not saying, we say in the letter that we're not objecting to it, that we agree to it.
But
We don't have
it
any
has to be
recourse,
tied
we
to the
don't
permit.
have a recourse unless we want to talk about the length of the slip, and I don't think we do. I mean,
So why are we even sending this? That's the whole point. This feels rushed, it feels last minute. We haven't even talked about this, and then in the last, well, what should have been a done meeting an hour ago, we're going through this letter, and we all, I don't think are ready to make a decision on this. I mean, I would say if anybody wants to watch this video, you can see how conflicted we are on this topic in general. I don't know why we even need to say anything. And if you really want to tie their future navigation of the channel to, they're getting this permit, then fine, we can do it. But just know that, you know, we're not doing it for other people. We're not doing it for the ones that can already navigate it. So now we're picking on this one group.
So
what do we want to do?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could, and I hesitate to say it because I don't want to cause delay, but you could say that this is what the city is exploring. We ask that the matter be tabled to the next meeting.
Oh, boy.
But I don't think that's what you want to do either, because you don't want to delay the project.
We don't want to delay the project. I don't think we care about the dock in general. If they screw up the navigation, again, potentially, you know, pay, but again, I don't think we can enforce that. So that's out of it. So then why are we doing this? Well, we're doing it because they're a new development. The point of this dredging, how many years ago, was economic development. Here we have a development that's ready to go, and now we want to put this last minute thing on there and potentially, you know, have that be an issue. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say that this is obviously to the council, and the council can decide, you know, where they want to go with it. So, you know, I don't have, I mean, as, you know, for myself, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. It's a matter of what direction you guys want, what direction the council wants, with staff help, what direction you want to go.
If we want to send a letter, I'm fine with it. I would, again, like I said, lighten the verbiage a little bit. I would not specifically tie it to the permit, but I would say the city is looking into, you know, a fund and how you can future help us pay for navigation of the channel, or something like that. I get if you don't tie it to the permit, then does it have teeth? I don't know, you tell me. But.
Well, I mean, it's possible even as on there, it still may not have teeth. I mean, because it's not our thing to do. It's not our.
So why are we sending this?
Why don't we just take more time and think about what we want to send them later?
Well, it's tomorrow night, so.
That's what I'm saying, like you said, it's more of a voluntary, you know, ask for later, but I don't know. Or else we're just gonna keep kind of going in circles, I think.
I think, that, again, the point is, I think we're all conflicted on what message are we saying to them? Raise your hand if you're against them getting a dock.
No.
I don't think anybody's against them getting a dock. No, that's not our purview anyway, it's the LMCD, so they're gonna fight that out tomorrow night. Good, great, go for it. We, as a city, a long time ago said we're gonna navigate this channel for economic development, or whatever, right? Well, here we are, here's the development. We had our Tessa too, right? Did we say this to them, that they gotta pay for the channel too? You know, hey, by the way, you know, the other places that have been there,
Yeah.
you know, if they change hands, we want to force them to pay for it at that point too. I get it, the city, you know, is paying for this. The people that use that channel the most, I think, should be line itemed, you know, the navigation thing and for future dredge. I don't know how the hell that's gonna be enough money for the future. It's 500,000 or something down the road.
But it's been, what, 20 years since we dredged that? Give or take?
20,
1997 was the permit.
97, okay.
almost 30 years.
Yeah,
Maybe we never have to do it again. I don't know. Maybe we do.
that'd be lovely, but
Well, it's been
Things
30
change.
years and it's still
Things
fine
change.
as of yesterday, so what are we doing?
I mean,
we should be preparing for it, just in case.
I mean, it could be changed,
What could be changed?
the last paragraph,
Okay.
to be, as opposed to being we want this, as opposed to saying this is more of our aspiration. And I'll explain to this, and is that we talk about, look, we're okay with the 19 boat slip. We have concerns about costs for the future that we talked about, and that the city is going to look into creating a fund for, that would include users for the future dredging of the property. I mean, it's not looking at a condition on there, but it's at least explaining what's going on. I don't know whether or not we can get people on board with regard to it and what it's gonna look like. But if anything that I've noticed, that when this has come up now, and that this has brought up an issue that wasn't, on the radar before, about, I mean, it's just like the other things that that have been created in the past, there's nothing there to deal with it for the future, and it's reactive. And it's reactive in the sense of, if there's dredging tomorrow that need to be done, where would the money come from?
Yeah.
Well, I like the amendment to the last paragraph as you just laid it out. I mean, it gives us time if we decide later that we might want to, next year talk about a plan if we ever needed to dredge, how and what properties would be affected, and the slip holders and all that stuff. It just makes it super vague, which is good.
At the same time, you're understanding that most likely, if we do come up with some sort of a plan, that it's going to be voluntary for all these different users.
But you're saying we don't even know if the Elm City can even enforce our ask to tie to the permit?
No, I don't know if they will tie it. I don't know if that could, because all their, Mr. Kelly explained, what they're doing is variance, dealing with setbacks and those kind of things, and they may look at this and say, well, this is beyond what we're looking at doing here, because we already gave them the dock, so we're not gonna do it. So I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm saying is that they may not do it because of the type of application that's in front of them.
Okay. Well, you were saying what now?
The amendment that you kind of stated to the last paragraph was just, I thought, fine. It's less aggressive. It doesn't say Minnetonka Flats. It just says that someday in the future, we may have to look at cost sharing for dredging. It's nice and
Or
vague.
we're assessing the
Nice and vague.
possibility of.
Can we
how-
assess properties and say you
You
got?
did on West Edge.
Well, yeah, that's
And
We used
that's
to do it
that's a
kinda like for
navigable
streets, you
road.
can do it
Why
for
is it any
dredging
different than
or-
a navigable waterway?
Are you talking about a right of way that the city has?
Well,
No, a whole different discussion, don't even
Oh,
go there.
I don't even.
we don't do assessments anymore like that, but we
Okay.
did in the past.
Okay, I'm not gonna say no.
No way.
Can we not assess for the dredging? I don't have the answer to that, whether or not, can you count this as some form of a 429 project, that we're going in and then assessing properties that are benefited by it? That part I have not looked at yet. And that's always a possibility too. More likely I'm gonna say more likely than not, that's not available, but I'm not gonna
Yeah.
throw it out yet.
So if we send a letter at all, the whole purpose is, why don't we just send a letter to the Flats saying, hey, I hope you guys come to the table and give us money for dredging? If we're not tying it to a permit, I mean, what's the point of sending this in the first place?
I'll leave that over to Jesse and Kevin on this one.
Well, and until we do an assessment of what's going on there to begin with, I don't know that we can even say that.
Are we making a problem where there's no problem as well?
Somewhat,
Again,
but
it sounds like
long-term,
the
it's
dredge-
gonna be a problem.
Well, it's been 30 years, so what
Right.
if it's another 30 years?
Well, at least we have been sticking money into the fund that,
Well, yeah, I
whatever
mean,
you
now that
said.
we know that if this is
Right.
something that is important.
We need to be aware,
Right.
right?
But, I don't know, the one person I talked to on this,
Mhm.
I don't go on Facebook
I
and
don't
next door,
know.
it's just, I just don't do it. But, I look at our Facebook. But the one call I got is a property owner that didn't know what the deal was. And I
Right.
explained it, and then she didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Which is why I like the clarification in the first 3 paragraphs. I think it's beneficial for us to state, here's what happened. Not everybody was involved in your meeting or was here in 1997, you know, to see what was actually done. This is all part of the bureaucratic part of government, which people are not aware of. I mean, and at the end of the day, you know, I believe we do have a responsibility to the taxpayers to make sure that we keep that navigable. You know, we've committed to that. Why all of a sudden somebody decided on a council that we're not ever going to dredge? That's a pretty broad general
Well,
statement.
That's different than this channel.
It is different,
specifically,
and I
yes.
agree, but we should have noted
Well-
that in our, whatever the decision and policy was that we made.
It probably.
And I don't know, maybe it is.
It's a little different, but it is a, yeah, we have
Well,
no dredging policy. but
they've
nothing
always
else.
held Lost Lake as a separate
Correct,
project or entity.
right.
And so, you know, it's sort of like we're learning the history. You
Is
know,
that
this
how the
is-
fund is set up, Kevin, Kelly?
I
Is it
couldn't
just for Lost
understand what
Lake?
Siri was
Oh.
saying, to be honest with you, so.
Well,
The,
it's just,
the fund that's set up for accounting purposes, is it strictly exclusive to Lost Lake, or is it other docks
I
programs?
mean, I'm not
or-
the finance director, but there's,
Yeah,
I mean, Jesse would know, 285, that's the number assigned to that area, and it's, part of it's the transit district as well, so, that
Oh,
whole area.
okay, yeah.
Included Artussa, that was part of the, you know, marketing of that property, so.
See, this issue's bigger than just what we can discuss here tonight.
Yeah.
We don't have all the facts.
So the
I
two,
mean,
the Lake Minnetonka, you know, the lake use, lake management policy that the council approved is for the entirety of the lake.
Right,
That the city does not own property below the 929.4 ordinary high water.
right.
So the purpose of that is because of all the requests that the city was getting to dredge property we don't own. The city does not own Lost Lake as well, but we have a permit from the DNR where the city is required to maintain navigation, like I said many minutes ago.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to send the first 3 paragraphs? And then the fourth one, do what he just said a few minutes ago?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that as long as Scott has the language he needs to delete and add.
Well, I do work on it with staff too, so it's
Okay.
it's a team effort. It's,
Well, you're here to advise us, so
well, no,
we
no,
need to
no,
listen to
no.
you.
Well, that's not advice. I mean, that's just that it'll be, that if your direction is to follow that, the language would be worked out with, because ultimately, you know, it's Mr. Dixon who has to sign off on it.
Ooh,
You know, with it, so, yeah, so, I mean, he's gonna, but I will help, I will put that language together, we'll work on it in the morning that follows that more aspirational language that we talked about. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
vague.
Councilmember Pugh?
yeah, let's go on and send it.
Okay, all right.
But I think we do need to get that history, that
Out there.
community statement out on our website or somewhere so that people understand this. Because you're going to get lots of confusion.
Well, and that way
I think we're all
staff, when they get the calls,
Yeah.
can say and direct them out to that. Either stop, can we put that in which page of the website would we want to put that?
Jesse, when you finalize this thing and send it over, do you want to put it as a thing on the I mean, what would you do? Put it on a page item online?
You know, it'll be part of the record.
Is that good enough?
It's good enough for me. We
Okay.
can, if we want to get into,
Remember the whole messaging of the parks and we screwed that up? Like,
Uh-huh.
you just throw this out and then people go, what? You know?
What is this all about?
We got to make sure that, in the LMCD, the meeting, I'd imagine they're going to look through this as part of the packet, and they're going to talk about it. or not. I'm sure there's gonna be people that will show up. I know that one lady was wondering where it was.
Yep.
We'll see. That's not our issue, but that's theirs. And Ben Brandt's our rep, so he can vote for what he thinks.
Was he consulted at all with this letter, Jesse? Ben?
Now, is anyone going to go to this meeting tomorrow night?
I wasn't planning on it, but.
Can we get it turned around by noon or 1 o'clock or what
Remember,
time's
we
the
have
meeting, 5 or
a
6?
rep that goes to
Guys
it.
can finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, night.
We
Maybe-
appointed him
Must
to
be
be
done.
our
Can you
person.
get it to Ben?
Well, then,
Maybe if you want to talk to him, call him before the
well,
meeting.
I mean, yeah, is someone going to brief him about this? He's our
Do
representative.
you want to call him in the morning and just let him know what we just talked about?
And then he can come back and tell us what happened.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, he's our representative.
do you guys get the LMCD emails? Like with the packet and all that?
No, that's
we can
why I
follow
didn't
up on
receive
our
the
own if
budget.
we
It
want.
goes to you and Jesse.
We can always follow up on our.
I'd imagine you could probably request to be part of, just like on the city, right? You could probably request to be part of it. I get it for, maybe just because, the role or whatever, but. Okay, so we're doing that. Do you have anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay. No, you finally brought something.
I'm done. Well, I made my update long last meeting too with Parks, so I'll try not to repeat
No,
next time.
talk all you want. Councilmember Herrick.
I'm done.
All right. And then, yeah.
Canceled each other out.
I'm done as well. Okay, workshop next meeting, 23rd
Correct.
at 5. Probably put it in here, I'd imagine.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, and then we're gonna verbalize or put a better description of what exactly we're talking about.
We'll work on between now and next Thursday.
Okay. And then put some kind of a high-level agenda of what we're doing, what we're talking about. Okay. And then, number 13, do you guys have anything to talk about? Comments, reports? No? Okay, number 14, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, you got a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we're adjourned.